You guys are ready to start whenever you're ready.
There's a few more of us still coming.
Yeah.
Thank you, though. Who is that? That's our friend from public TV.
That's Mark from NCTV.
Hi, Mark.
How you doing?
Good. There's Dave with his palms and his surfer gear.
Dave's at the lagoon still. You're muted, Dave.
Yeah, I am at the lagoon still.
The lagoon.
That you made it before.
I did. I didn't know I could pick Sam up early. That was my mistake. I didn't. I thought I couldn't, but I can.
And Megan, ignore that email.
So we're looking for John and Stephen and Dave Callahan. Well, we have more preliminaries than usual, so maybe I can get started with the benediction here. Welcome to those of you who are watching. This is the September 14th Planning Board meeting. We continue to be operating under the governor's executive order, so that means that we're dispersed widely, some of us to the tropics, some of us to the North Pole, I'm sure. And we're happy to see you all here. Just so you bear in mind the ground rules, it's important to know I'm waiting just a minute to have our other member, John Trudell, arrive, but it's important to remember that we need to maintain order. It's a little bit more challenging under these circumstances. So when we get to the part of the meeting where we will be having public hearings, public comments, we will have advice from Megan, who will basically remind everybody how the Zoom access works and will allow people to do that. I would remind those participating in that setting that we operate with ground rules that if you want to be recognized, you ask the chair to recognize you rather than debating with someone else in the room, if you'd be so kind as that. And we're now no longer doing chat. We're actually doing spoken word. We've advanced to the next century, it appears. So we will be proceeding in that fashion, but at the very beginning of the meeting, we have a number of different things that we have to take up that don't involve public hearings. So for anybody who's out there watching and eager to participate, you can get your popcorn or pizza and enjoy it for a little bit longer before we all get going with the public comment portion. So let me start with taking attendance. I still don't see John Trudell, but we'll also be taking roll call votes. So we need to know who's in the room, and we'll be doing that each time. Planning board members, Nat Lowell.
Aye, here.
Fritz McClure.
Here.
Dave Iverson.
Here.
Judith Wagner. Aye. Campbell Sutton, alternate.
Here.
And we have two more alternates. I don't see them yet. In addition, we have staff. I see Leslie Snell,
Here.
Megan Trudell. Wave, Megan. Okay, Catherine Ansero.
Here.
Okay, and this is just to help us take attendance ahead of time here. We'll be going back over this as we proceed with the meeting, but so far I see the following folks. Caroline Balzer, if you'd unmute yourself. Greetings, thank you for being here. Rick Bodette. There he is. Linda Williams.
Here.
Jay Maroney.
Here.
Dan Malloy, did I call you yet?
Here, yes.
Paul Santos.
Here.
Tom Brissett. Don Bracken.
Here.
Art Gasbarro.
Here.
David Callahan, one of our alternates, I see just arrived. Dave, can you say hello? Just unmute yourself so we know you're here. Okay, is there anybody else who wants to be acknowledged at this point? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Fritz moved, Nat seconded. By roll call, please. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I, and we don't have John Trudell yet. Arthur, did I acknowledge you before? I'm glad to see you here as well.
He's right in the middle.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I interrupt just for a second?
Please.
I just sent Steve Welch the link, so hopefully he'll be chiming in here in a second.
All right, that's great. Thank
I
you.
don't think he got the email today or not.
And I'm texting with John. I think he might be having some technical difficulties as well.
Okay, well, I'm sure by the time we get into the thick of things, they'll be with us.
Yep.
So, first items, we have June 15th and July 20th minutes. Megan and Catherine had put those together, and then I made some additional amendments. Campbell?
I just wanted to, be on the July 20th, 2020 meeting minutes. It's not a big deal and whether it changes or not. It says Ms. Campbell instead of Ms. Sutton.
Thank you. We'll fix that, Campbell. It's not the first time, so I'm sorry I missed that one. It's my feeble proofreading. I try to catch that. I also asked Megan to be sure to include some of the abbreviated comments from the 31 Fairgrounds discussion, and I think there was something, Fritz, you had announced on behalf of CRAC, and I wanted to be sure that was in appropriately. So, subject to those technical amendments, is there a motion to approve these minutes, starting with the June 15th set?
So moved.
Second.
Who moved that? Fritz, and that was Nat was seconded?
That was me.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
Dave.
We'll do roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I, and July 20th minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Fritz,
And
second was Dave.
yes.
Did I hear? Okay. Then I'll call for the roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, I. Okay, we have now secondary dwellings, PBDW 2020-08-0037, Greg Glowacki, 11 Miller Lane. Megan, do you want to talk to us about this?
Sure. I don't think this one doesn't have an applicant representing at this meeting. So the applicant is proposing a one-bedroom second dwelling. The second dwelling has an approximate ground cover of 650 square feet. It's zoned R20. One thing you'll notice in the staff report is I gave recommendations to approve this under the tertiary dwelling conditions because this site was subject to a secondary residential lot special permit. So it requires a second dwelling to be constructed in accordance with the tertiary requirements. Other than that, it just went along with the standard conditions for tertiary dwellings and recommend approval from
Thank
staff.
you. Are there questions or comments from anybody? I see John Trudell has arrived. John, will you acknowledge yourself and unmute yourself so we can count you as being with us?
Thank you, Judith. Here, and I will be obviously recusing myself since I just joined from this particular vote.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion other than John who's recused?
I would move the approval of the secondary dwelling subject to the 7 conditions set forth in the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Nat seconded. Is there further discussion? All right, roll call vote. Fritz? Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Next one is the Northsea Bands, is it Bands or Bandsy Family Trust 8 Shakmo Road? Megan?
So the applicant here is proposing a one-bedroom garage apartment as a secondary dwelling. The apartment will have an approximate ground cover of 868 square feet. As proposed, it meets all of the requirements of the bylaw, and attached to it, I included the standard conditions for secondary dwellings.
Thank you. Are there questions from anybody?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I just, I'm just taking a look. So I'm looking at the application and it delineates the lot line. And then it shows the Chacamo Road. And there appears to be, unless I'm misinterpreting it, where the lot is, it looks like there's a space. So where the driveway it is a single curb cut off of Chacamo, but where it enters the lot, as it appears to me, it looks like it's a double curb cut. So can we just get an explanation of that?
thank you. Megan, would you help us with that?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the plan. It is existing conditions for the driveway access, so there were no proposed changes there. It could be that that's how it was predating the 1998 adoption of the bylaw. But I can look into that further if you give me a moment.
Okay, let's hold for a minute and let you take a look.
Yeah, the photo just simply shows a single driveway from the road into the lot, and then the sketch or the plot plan shows it says existing curb cut, but then it shows that in fact it's like a loop, like a circular driveway. But the question is whether all that driveway is on the lot or is that on something else? That's all I'm trying to understand.
That's very helpful, Fritz. Thanks for raising that.
Okay, must be setbacks.
Would you like to hold it over till later in the meeting, Megan, so you can both think and look? Nothing like pressure to have everybody holding their breath for you.
I see what Fritz is talking about, the difference in the aerial photograph. I'll have to confirm with the applicant on this one, the widths of the driveway. If it were to change, that wouldn't necessarily be approvable. If it's an existing condition, that's a different matter.
So I see this is a project by
Giacomo Road.
8 Shakamo Road, map 43, parcel 90.
I know this property. Let me look.
It says they're gonna keep the existing curb cut to remain. Megan, I don't know if that helps this at all.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter if the interior is reconfigured, that it's more the access point. Is that what you're questioning, Fritz?
Yeah, I'm just questioning what's the lot? I mean, if the lot runs all the way to the road, then there's no problem. It's the existing curb cut, just created an internal circular drive. But
Right.
if that property doesn't, if the property line in fact is,
Oh,
if the circular drive is on easement or something, then maybe
Yeah.
that's,
It's whether it's kind of squared off or whether
Madam
that,
Chair? Madam Chair,
yes.
the GIS shows that they, and I don't know how accurate it is, but they must have an easement because that is not their property. They need to cross Young Bracebridge Trust property to get to theirs. At least that's how it appears on the GIS, so.
Yeah, and I did some work on this property some time ago to get it sold. And they do have access from Shakamo to the property. Shakamo Road tends to meander, as Nat knows. It sort of meanders where it feels like going. And so a lot of people are separated by these small strips that don't necessarily belong to them. And they've always used that access into that property.
I see what he's talking about.
I'd still rather hold it, be sure we get it right, rather than have to undo it. So
Oh,
what
just to elaborate on that, the curb cut rule came into being in 1998. In the 1998 aerial, it shows exactly the same driveway from exactly the same point going to exactly the same point in that property. What they've added since then was a secondary dwelling in that shed, but it's the exact same driveway with the exact same width going all the way into the property in 98. So either way, it's grandfathered for that.
well, yeah, but the way this is shown on the site plan is it's the entry point, but then it goes out and around. So they've expanded it. They're expanding what they're doing in that easement. So
Where's the site plan?
folks, I'm going to rule that we hold this off till later in the meeting when the architects will be here, assuming they are. Otherwise, if we can take note, Megan, I'd continue it till the following month because I think we should have all the records be clear and not be approving something and then have to go unwind it later. So I don't know if I need a motion, Megan.
No, if I may, and Leslie can maybe further clarify. I believe the bylaw states it's the entry point that is what would be concerned. So what happens beyond that isn't necessarily something regulated by the board. The excess width does predate the 1998 adoption of the zoning bylaw. So therefore the entry point seemingly is remaining the same and would be grandfathered at that width. So the condition, the standard condition of the maximum of 15 feet would have to be adjusted to whatever the pre-existing non-conforming width is. However, if that were to change, it couldn't go wider, and that's where things might become a bit unclear, but it's the entry point here.
And that's not changing.
Fritz, are you comfortable with that or would you rather hold it off?
well, I guess, I mean, I hate to belabor this, but I guess the question is how's entry point defined? Does that mean entry point to the lot?
Leslie, I'm reading your eyes.
Well, I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to look. There is an easement on record for this certificate of title, but without having time to research it, I don't know if it applies or not. And I thought that was Fritz's question was, the legality of them crossing from Shakamo over the other property into theirs.
No, no, no. It's not the legality of it. It's the question, if you look at the site plan,
See how
rather
they,
than just directly in, it becomes a big loop.
Inside the property line, yes.
No, not.
no, I know what he's looking at now.
Yeah, from the photo, it doesn't look like it's inside the property line.
So the driveway width requirements in the bylaw only pertain to the section of the driveway that intersects the road. So once you're beyond the road and into your property or on a property over which you have an easement, then the width no longer matters and the number of, I guess, spurs on the driveway no longer matter. Because the bylaw, again, only addresses the driveway intersection with the roadway.
And that's not changing.
So technically, I think what Fritz is saying, Leslie, I mean, they're making like 2 curb cuts without making 2 curb cuts. They're making a horseshoe in the easement, but not on the roadway, correct? Kind of. Is that what you're saying, Fritz? I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean,
'Cause
yeah.
I actually didn't catch that until just now myself. Okay. So I don't know, you know, what, I think that's what he's saying, Leslie, so.
Folks, I would suggest that we continue it just so we get everything lined up and be sure we get any questions resolved. Is there a motion to continue it, or do you want to continue to hash at it here?
Can we hold it for towards the end of the meeting, maybe? Would that be better, or is that inappropriate for this?
Well, I think we can do that if you want. I don't know if there's documentation required or whatever. I see that the architects are here for other matters, or are likely to be for other matters. So assuming they're here, I don't
Lisa can
mind.
log on, Judith. I'm talking to her now. She can log on if you need her on right now, but she agreed with what I just said. But do you want her to log on right now?
I don't want to keep going around in circles. I think I want to say that we'll come back to it later in the meeting, maybe.
She's on
before we-
now. If you want, she's on now.
Well, if she wants to log on now, she can log on now, but
I'm on right now. Sorry about that.
hey,
I
Lisa,
didn't-
thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought
No.
since it was replacing an existing second dwelling, it wasn't a concern.
Well, have you, should we explain what the questions are to you, or? do you think
Absolutely. That would be,
an idea?
that would be great. Thank you.
Fritz, do you want to take it one more time?
Lisa, it's just, you look at the photo, and the photo shows a lot, and with a driveway, a lot which appears to be not directly on the road, but there is an existing access off of the road that goes directly into the property.
That's right. They have an easement from,
Not the same width, yeah. Now I look at the site plan, and when I look at the site plan, if you want to call it the curb cut on Shakamo Road appears to be the same, but now you've created a circular type driveway on what we assume is property over which there is an easement.
hold on a second. Is it possible to share a screen and look at what you guys are looking at? I don't have it.
Folks, I'm sorry, I'm gonna rule this. We've got a big agenda. Lisa, how about we give you until we get to finish up A&R plans, and this material's in the downloadable agenda packet.
Okay, fair enough. So what time would you
website.
suspect I should log on? I have a conflict that starts at 6, but if I need to, I'll have.
Okay, how about
conversation
if
then.
you come on at 5? I think that probably would work.
Okay, I will be back
Right.
to you. Thank you.
All right, thank
My
you.
apologies. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, so let's hold that off until she comes back around 5 o'clock. Continue with the next matter. This is PBDW 2020. Oh, I see Stephen Welch is here, our alternate. Stephen, could you unmute and just say you're here?
Here, hello, everybody.
Hi, okay, thank you. Moving on, PBDW 2020-09-40 Long Path Nominee Trust, 87 Hummock Pond Road.
So in this application, the applicant is proposing to convert the existing one-bedroom primary dwelling into a secondary dwelling, so that a primary dwelling can be constructed. So the existing primary will then convert. The current dwelling has an approximate ground cover of 510 square feet. As proposed, it does meet all of the regulations set forth in the bylaw. The only thing we ask in the condition is I don't believe there's a apron currently at the entrance with Hummock Pond Road. So as a part of this approval, one will need to be installed and maintained. But other than that, it is the standard conditions.
Megan, can I ask a question? It looks to me like there's a lot of wetland there. Could you just help me understand how that fits in or not? It may be my eyes are getting aged here, but
Sure.
it's off the site where the road driveway would be and off the main site where the building would be. Is that correct?
I'm pulling up the plan. So I hope all of you received the email I sent at the end of last week, where in response to our discussion last month, this is now a question that's going to be asked on our second and tertiary dwelling applications. Of course, by the time this was posted, these applications have already been received, so it wasn't necessarily a notation as a part of this application process. So looking at this plan, it would, if Conservation Commission approval is required for the placement of this structure, it would be the primary dwelling. So again, the secondary is existing. It's the primary over to the lot that's going to be constructed. That would, a building permit would not be issued unless Conservation Commission approval was granted, if it's required to do so. But that kind of falls under the building permit.
So the existing structure is marked as it toward the top right hand
Yes.
side and is near Hummock Pond Road, and then the existing dwelling is toward the bottom there with the marked sharpified proposed driveway apron. Is that right?
Oh, no. So this is a very, I should have highlighted this for you guys. This is a very odd shaped lot. The lot accesses, it kind of goes along where you see the driveway and then expands. It's a very wide and very large lot, but the only portion touching Hummock Pond Road is right where that driveway entrance is.
Okay, that's what I was having trouble with. Okay, so that's why the long winding driveway, and it appears as though it's touching in various places near vegetated wetland.
This, Madam Chair,
Yes.
This is just 2 properties down from me. I mean, I can actually, where that house is gonna go, I can actually see from my 2nd floor. All of that wetland back there is burnt swamp. And matter of fact, it carries over to the next lot. And all of that is wetland back there. Where the delineation of it is, I have no idea, but all of that property back there is burnt swamp.
Fritz, I don't know the answer to this, but do you want to recuse if it's adjacent to you or near to you?
It's not adjacent. It's
okay.
3 doors down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was my question. Any other questions from anybody else? All right, is there a motion?
Motion to approve with the 5 recommendations.
Is there a second?
staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was John Trudell, seconded. All right, if you're ready, roll call vote. Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat, where did you go? There you are.
I'm right here,
Dave,
reading.
Judith, aye. All right, thank you very much. Next one is PBDW 2020-09-41 Caroline Belzer, 61 Hulbert. I see Miss Belzer's here. Thank you for being with us. Ms. Belzer, our usual practice is to have our planner, Megan, give a brief summary of things, and then you'd have a chance if there's questions, if that's agreeable.
That is, thank you.
Megan?
Judith, Paul Santos here too, so I'm actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Matt.
Megan is done.
That's fine. Madam Chair, if I will, I was just going to mention that Arthur Reed and Paul Santos are both representing the applicant. So if they might want to present.
Okay.
All right.
I can go ahead and take it, Megan, if that's okay with Arthur and Caroline.
Yep.
So this is a secondary dwelling application, which has a component of a second curb cut component to it also. This is a piece of property located in Brant Point, located at 66 Hulbert Avenue, but the property actually runs from Hulbert Avenue to Wall Street. It's a 19,300 square foot piece of property in an R1 zone that only requires 5,000 square feet. It's been in Caroline's family for many, many years. In fact, I believe it goes back to her great grandmother. And what we have here is the ability to save a building from demolition that's currently located at 60 Wall Street, which is across the street from this property. And Caroline has the opportunity to relocate that building to this particular lot. The lot itself currently has an existing dwelling and an existing garage. In order to make this work, we're moving the existing garage from its present position adjacent to Wall Street to Hulbert Avenue, hence the need for the second curb cut. And this building will occupy the general area where the driveway and the existing garage exist. Meets all the criteria for a secondary dwelling with regard to the 80% or 20% rule, I should say. Spacing, parking, as such. And this does require us to file with wetlands. In fact, we're before the Conservation Commission on Thursday night, as the property is a bit unique and it has a small isolated wetland on it, along with it's in land subject to coastal storm. The plan here would be to relocate the existing driveway that's on Wall Street to service the second dwelling. And then when the garage gets moved to Hulbert Avenue, create a curb cut on Hulbert, which would access the garage itself. The garage will be screened from Hulbert Avenue. We'll have a standard curb cut with an apron as Hulbert Ave is paved. There would be no requirement for an apron on Wall Street. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have with regard to both the second dwelling and the curb cut component of the application.
Arthur, did you want to add anything now? I'm not hearing you. I can't hear you. Arthur. Speak forth, Arthur. Thank you.
He's not muted.
Maybe your volume's turned down on your computer. Did you want to say anything? Yes or no? Can't hear you.
Don't you love this? Oh my God. He's not muted.
Arthur of the dulcet tones, we miss your powerful voice.
I'm comfortable. I've covered everything that Arthur brought up today.
All right. Ms. Balzer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, thanks. Paul said it all.
Okay. Megan, anything you want to add?
No,
Within the board, I would just say at the prep meeting for this, I asked questions about just concern for Brant Point area and flooding in that vicinity and so forth. I know that's Concom jurisdiction rather than us, but I'm sure you're paying attention to that, Ms. Balzer, because
Yes.
especially with the property being historic and in your family and everything like that. Are there other comments, questions for the board?
Judith, if I may, I just have I'm
Yes.
just curious. If this were to be subdivided, it's an R1, 5,000 square feet. It has 2 road frontages. Wouldn't they be able to get the subdivision and curb cuts for each individual lot by right anyway? So you've been, in essence, be getting the 2 curb cuts. So I would be, if that is the case, and if that's true, I would be inclined to approve this second curb cut to keep that all in one.
Yeah.
Arthur's agreeing with you, I believe. Silently, but powerfully. I could tell.
I
Okay,
mean, is that part of the application?
no,
If I could, John, you are correct. I mean,
Mhm.
this could be subdivided. However, that's obviously the families, that's not their intention at this point, but that is correct. I could, whereas I've got 19,300 square feet, I could have a lot fronting on Wall Street. I could have a lot fronting on Halbert Avenue and still be in excess of the 5,000 square foot requirement for the parcel.
Thank you.
anybody else with a comment? Dave,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna catch some heat for this, but my concern is just the intensity of use of the lot. I know that house is a rental house. And I just am concerned that we add more bedrooms and another curb cut. Are we starting to overwhelm a neighborhood with intensity of use? I appreciate that they could subdivide and get that curb cut. Just concerns. That's it, more than anything else.
Megan or Leslie, do we have any discretion in approving either the move or we've got criteria for the curb cut? Do we have any discretion on any other part of this?
No, you're only reviewing this for the adequacy of access. And I think, John Trudell made a great point, and I think that was also in Megan's staff report that, this property is dividable and what they're proposing is significantly less intense than what could happen.
Okay, are there further comments or questions from anybody? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, Judith, to approve with the 2 findings. That is, the second driveway access is not contrary to sound traffic and safety considerations. And the second driveway does not have adverse impact on the scenic or historic integrity of the neighborhood. And also with the 5 planning staff recommendations. That's my motion.
Second.
And Nat seconds. I don't know here how the vote will go, but what is the approval required for this? Is it 4 votes, 3 votes? Okay, thank you. All right, are you ready to vote?
Question quickly. So the second curb cut is not a special, it's all looped in here together. It's not a special permit for the curb cut alone.
Madam Chair, if I may, so
Yes.
there's a little quirk in the bylaw that if you propose a second driveway in connection with a secondary dwelling and you apply at the same time, the board can review that without holding a public hearing. If you only propose a second curb cut on its own, then a public hearing is required.
Thank you, Leslie.
Any other questions?
Remember that.
Okay, so John moved, Nat seconded, go by roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, folks. I don't know what to suggest to you, Arthur. You may want to reboot your computer or something like that if, because we'd hate to just watch your interesting
Lips
facial
move.
expressions and not hear what you're actually telling us. But in any event, thank you, Ms. Balzer. Thank you, Art, Paul, and thank you, Art. So
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
next, tertiary dwellings, PBDW 2020-08-38. HF1 AC LLC 71 Hooper Farm Road.
So this one is proposing a 2-bedroom tertiary dwelling unit on the site. I do believe Jay Maroney is representing this application. If he would like to speak to it, if that's all right with you. There's nothing quirky about this application. It just goes along with the standard tertiary dwelling conditions.
Mr. Maroney, would you like to speak?
Where is he?
Are you there?
There we go. He's unmuting and just muted again. Jay,
I am here. I keep
there you
getting
go.
remuted.
Hey,
There you go.
Good day.
welcome, welcome.
Thank you. What did I miss?
Megan just said there's nothing unusual. This should be approved. Do you want to add anything?
I would never contradict Megan when she says such wonderful things.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Maroney? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve with the staff
Second.
recommendations.
John
Second.
moved, Nat seconds. Further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. See, good job, Mr. Maroney. You didn't take a lot there.
Thank you, ma'am. I try to keep it easy on you.
Okay. Now these are approval not required plans. PL sub 2020-09-81, Peter L. O'Brien and Natalia V. O'Brien, 36 Low Beach Road. Megan.
Sure. So this application is a merger. The purpose of this plan is a merger plan to combine parcel 33 with block 33. It's a part of the Paper Street
Gotcha.
program. Planning staff recommends endorsement.
Is there discussion or questions?
No. That's good.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to endorse. Sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, so that was Nat, seconded by Fritz. Ready to vote? Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Next one, PL sub 2020-09-82, Mueller Nantucket Associates LLC, 34 Prospect Street.
Okie doke. So the purpose of this plan is to convey lot 32, which is an unbuildable lot, to the abutting lot 16 Mill Street. Planning staff recommends endorsement.
Okay, is there discussion, questions, anybody? Is there a motion?
I'll move the endorsement.
Fritz
Second.
moves. I think I heard John.
Give that to John, Judith. Thank
All
you.
right. Ready to vote? Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you. PL sub 2020-09-83, Kylie Terry Mann, 14 Plum Street.
So the purpose of this plan is a perimeter plan. Again, another plan part of the paper street yard sale program. Planning staff recommends endorsement.
Are there questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move to endorse.
Second.
That was Dave, I believe, and Fritz seconded.
Yep.
Ready to vote? Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you. PL sub 2020-09-84, Nantucket Homes for People, Inc. 28.
I gotta recuse, Judith.
Nat recuses.
Yeah.
Megan?
Okay, so the purpose of this plan, it will take an existing buildable lot to create 2 buildable lots, each containing approximately 40,000 square feet. Lot 1 will have frontage on both South Shore Road and Blueberry Lane, while Lot 2 gets its frontage from Blueberry Lane. Just to clarify on the roadways, South Shore Road is a public paved roadway, while Blueberry Lane has been showed on a previously endorsed subdivision plan that meets the requirements for width, grade, and access. And the site is zoned Lug 1. Planning staff recommends endorsement.
Okay, are there questions on this one? Is there a motion?
So move to endorse.
Second.
Fritz moved, Dave seconded. Ready to vote? Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat.
I'm recused, Judith.
Oh, right, thank you. Judith, aye. Okay, 4-0, 1 recusal. Thank you. PL sub 2020-09-85, Kevin T. Dugan, Don L. Dugan, 80 Somerset Road and 6 Sleepy Hollow Road.
So the purpose of this plan, I'm sure you remember, I believe 2 meetings ago, it converted a covenant condominium to a secondary residential lot. So this A&R is just to implement that special permit. We recommend endorsement.
Move approval.
Second.
That was moved by Nat, Fritz seconded. Ready to vote? Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, I. Thank you. PL sub 2020-09-86, Siasconset Casino Association, 11, 13, and 15 New Street, Siasconset.
So this plan is to take 3 existing buildable lots, reconfigure them into 2 buildable lots. Lot A will contain approximately 10,000 square feet, while Lot B will contain just over 34,000 square feet. It is noted that by filing this plan, it will bring Lot A into a conforming lot size for the VN zoning district. Planning staff recommends endorsement.
Are there questions?
Move approval.
Nat moves approval.
Second.
Fritz seconds. Ready to vote? Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, I. PL sub 2020-09-87, Deborah Hartman et al., 14 Lowell Place.
So the purpose of this plan takes an existing lot and divides it into 2 buildable lots under the 4181L for the prior, 2 buildings in existence prior to the adoption of the subdivision control law. Linda Williams is representing this application and can provide you guys with any further detail if you need questions.
If you need further detail.
Or if you need further detail, if you have questions.
or if we need further erudition on matters of historical significance. Are there questions? Nat, is this related to you?
Great grandfather built it,
Way
Well-
long time ago.
died 1944, just so you know, for the record.
Thank you very much. We'll give you the honor of making the motion if you'd like.
Yes, move approval of this application.
Second.
Fritz seconds. All, roll call vote, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Linda. Previous plans, the first of these, I think we hold over until we get further down the agenda. Next is number 40-19, the Roberts House Collection, 28 Center Street, requesting an extension because of COVID.
Yeah, have to.
Yes, sorry, I was just looking to see if Sarah was on the call. She was representing, I believe, all of the previous plans upcoming, just in case you had further questions, but I don't see her here. So the applicant is requesting an extension of 1 year to submit their final plan set just due to the impact surrounding COVID-19. They're reevaluating their plans for the property and may need to submit future modifications. So it would be premature to submit a final plan set at this point in time. Due to what's been going on with COVID, we recommend approving their request for an extension of 1 year's time.
Is there discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 1 year extension.
Second.
That was Dave seconded?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, aye. 10-05 Yawkey Way, 59 Belvedere Farm Road.
Madam Chair, I request to recuse myself from this.
John is recused.
Okay. So the applicant is requesting a minor modification to the original special permit, which condition number 8 stated that there needs to be a 5-foot wide sidewalk within lot H of the plan to be constructed. They're requesting to eliminate that condition. That sidewalk would be a continuation of the interior sidewalk of the development. At the time of that decision, the bike path had not been constructed along Belvedere Farm Road, so the intent of the board at that time was to allow pedestrian access on that side of the road. At this time, like I mentioned before, there's no sidewalk on that side of Belvedere Farm Road, no bike path, all of it is on the adjacent side. So for those reasons, it maybe wouldn't necessarily make sense to hold them to that condition, and planning staff does recommend approving their request as proposed as a minor modification. I did include the findings that you'd need to make to move forward that approval.
Okay, is there discussion? Is there a motion?
I move approval of the minor modification with the findings that the proposed minor modification does not require public hearing, and that the proposed minor modification does not materially affect the findings and conclusions upon which the planning board previous decision to approve were made.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Nat seconds. Ready for roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye, and I think John was recused.
Thank you.
Number 6968 Ellen's Way, 120 Myacomet Road.
So Oh, hold on, just backing up. There's one more component to Nobody Farm Road.
I wonder, I was reading that and thinking, I'm seeing double here. Okay.
No, so the second portion is now that the minor modification has been approved, the applicant is requesting that the remaining lots in the subdivision be released. At this time, all the infrastructure has been completed. Now all of the major conditions have been satisfied. There are a handful of punch list items such as installation of no parking signs and obtaining the water quality certificate, but planning staff just feels that those are minor in nature and can be handled internally, and that we go ahead and have that Form J endorsed, but hold it in the office until those checklist items are complete.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion endorsing Form J, let's see, what is it? Releasing the lots subject to holding Form J in the office until the staff confirms that the minor remaining items are completed.
Is there a second?
Second.
John, you're recused on this
I
one.
am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ready for roll call. Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. So now we're on to
6968 Collins Way.
68 Ellen's Way, 120 Myacomet Road.
Okay, so for Ellen's Way, they're requesting the release of lot 19. There are a handful of high ticket items remaining, including the final coat of the paving and finding an entity to hold the conservation restriction. However, the applicant's requesting that specifically the paving be held off until the building starts on the final lot. Due to the selling price of these lots, planning staff is comfortable with releasing lot 19 and holding on to the one remaining lot and waiting for those issues to be addressed once the last lot is requested.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the Form J release with those stipulations that Megan said.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Fritz seconded. Roll call vote. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. John is recused. Thank
No,
you.
I'm not recused for this one. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
aye.
John, aye. They go by so fast. Okay, let's do preliminary plans, at least one of them, before we go back to, or Lisa, you're there now. Would you rather, do you need another minute or would you like to go next?
I'm here.
Okay, you ready to
I
rock and
am.
tell
So
us?
we actually, Linda Williams actually emailed the plan to me. I pulled up the application. We're happy to just put the driveway back to the access it is now. The client hasn't really decided on any firm driveway application as yet. And so what we had submitted is apparently not up to date. It's old. And the client is still working with the landscaper on what they would like to do. So I think at this point, it makes sense to just take a look at the plan that I believe Linda emailed to you, Catherine and Megan, because I didn't have their emails. And I just marked it in red and updated it to get the circular driveway.
Is the board comfortable making a motion along the lines of subject to staff approval of the revision of the plan?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve the second dwelling based on the driveway being left in its current configuration.
Okay, and this is number PBDW 2020-09-39. Is there a second?
Okay.
Fritz seconded. Further discussion? Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
All right.
Judith, aye. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank
That
you very much. I
we
apologize for the
appreciate it.
confusion.
No, it's just, it's good to be sure we have clean plans and saves you having to come back and do a modification or something later as well. So
Okay,
you
thank
and
you.
the staff will work out the detail. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, preliminary plans. PL sub 2020-09-88, Ronald M. Nimitz, 37 Pilgrim Road.
So this one, I just want to make sure everyone got the update that I sent around this morning. I initially, in my report, suggested that they come back as a rear lot subdivision. However, I misread the plans. Rear lots are not allowed in the R1 zoning districts, so they will have to move forward with an AR. Don Bracken is representing, so he can address any more detailed questions that you may have.
Don, would you like to speak on this at all?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. When we started this project, we looked at it as a rail lot as well. Probably would have been fitting for this type of project, but it's not. We have an existing 12,683 square foot lot with just over 85 feet of frontage. What we're proposing is a 25-foot wide roadway with a portion of a cul-de-sac with a 30-foot radius. In order to create two lots that comply with dimensional requirements in the R1 zoning district. Each lot will have over 5,000 square feet and over 50 feet of frontage. We would be requiring that each lot maintain its access from the existing driveway. If we submit a definitive plan, we would be requesting obviously waivers to the roadway width and roadway construction with the intent to keep it as a residential driveway as you see it now. There is an approved sewer force main system in the road that both lots would connect to once that's installed, and it's currently served with town water, which both lots will be connected to. Lots fairly level. The existing house would be raised under this current proposal, and the existing garage would remain on what we're calling Lot 2, basically creating a vacant lot as Lot 1. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. Staff recommendations. And the waivers, the 20, there's an AR, yeah. You know, this is a preliminary plan, so we're just approving what he's proposing, so. Correct, Leslie?
Right.
Where are we?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. It's just a preliminary.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a second?
I mean, there isn't much else they can do, so.
I'll second.
Dave seconded. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. PL sub 2020-09-89, Lynn F. Berlin, 2 Francis Street. Megan.
So for this, it's another preliminary plan where it's a 3-lot, 2 buildable lot subdivision. Just to point out that it's currently zoned RC. It was subject to a warrant article at this previous 2020 town meeting in which it is being carried over to the next town meeting. It was being proposed to change from RC to CN. Any details on the plan, Art Gasbarro is representing this applicant. He would be able to address any detailed questions you may have.
Anybody with questions for Art or Megan?
This is basically a freeze plan, I'm assuming.
Yes.
I'd be happy, Madam Chair, to just briefly go over it if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So we're proposing, again, in the, not too dissimilar to the previous application, initially looked at it as potential rear lot, but not applicable in the RC district. And therefore, even with 5,000 square foot zoning, we're proposing oversized lots. One of the lots would be about 5,900 square feet, the other about 11,500 square feet, and a gravel driveway with the a similar type of half cul-de-sac to access the rear lot, the back lot, not rear lot.
Okay, anybody with questions? Any questions, anybody? All right, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Nat moves to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
That was John seconded. Ready for a roll call? Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for preliminary plans. We now will be moving into public hearing part of the meeting. Megan, would you like to do the honors to explain to people how that works?
Sure. So all public comments will be held through the Zoom webinar format. You can find a link if you have not registered already. You may find the link in 2 different places. It is posted on the agenda, as well as it should be posted at the bottom of the YouTube live stream. If you click on that link, you can register to become an attendee and participate in the meeting. In order to voice any comments, questions, or concerns, you will raise your hand, and I will, with the chair's guidance, recognize each person who raises a hand in the order in which they raise their hand.
Thank you. And Dave Callahan, did you want to say something? No, okay. I just would like to stress to everybody participating, we're very happy to have you with us. We're sorry that we can't actually be in a room with you and be a little more relaxed about all this, but it's important in order to use everybody's time well to try to stay on track. And that means that I, as chair, need to be sure that you address questions to the board or to the applicant through me, not directly to them, and that I'll be maintaining control of the meeting, so that if you end up repeating at length the same thing you said a minute ago and are going to go for the 3rd round to say it yet again, I'll probably ask you if there's anything new you want to add, rather than have you continue to kind of go back over the ground you've already covered. Likewise, for anybody who has spoken before, just rest assured we're aware of the chat, we listen to the chat, and we take that all very much to heart. So it's we've read all the material that has come our way. I would ask, just for information's sake, that for those who send in material the day of the meeting, you're not doing yourself a lot of favor by having staff or members of the board have to review those on the fly at the last minute. Nonetheless, I know all of us take our responsibilities to heart and try very hard to read everything we receive in that respect. So if you send us material in writing, you can readily refer to that without having to reread it in total, because we've already read it if it's been sent to us. Okay, that's the preliminaries. We have 2 matters to continue. PLSP 2020-08-62, Tidal Creeks Realty Trust, 17 Tomahawk. Road. Is there a motion to continue to October 26th?
So moved.
John moved. Fritz seconded. Roll call vote. John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, I. PLSP 2020-07-56 Atlantic Landscaping Inc. 6 and 8 Marble Way. Continue also to October 26, 2020.
So moved.
John
Continue.
moved. Nat seconded. Roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith. Okay, now one that we've been waiting some time to see, again, number 62-19 Mid-Island Service Limited Partnership, MCD, 41 and 43 Sparks Avenue. I wonder, Megan, when you review this with us, if you would, just for the benefit of anybody in the public, help them understand what it means to be part of the MCD and what our review constraints are.
I'm sure. So we can recap the initial application. It has been some time since it's been before the board. The owner is requesting a major commercial development. So the triggering point of an MCD is when greater than 5,000 square feet is used in connection with a commercial use. That's in the short of it, what an MCD, what begins an MCD. So they're asking to replace the existing car wash with a larger building. There will also be employee housing on the second floor of said building. The owner is requesting a waiver from the open space. The existing car wash actually received their special permit from the ZBA back in the 80s. So the planning board is now the permit granting authority for major commercial developments. I will say the last meeting, there were a handful of concerns from the board, including how the plan was laid out, some of the parking allocation, the infrastructure. The applicant and the applicant's engineer has been working with staff, submitting plans, having Ed Pesci, our consulting engineer, review those plans before bringing it back to the board until those plans were complete and finalized and ready for presentation and approval. I believe all questions and concerns dating back to October have been addressed through those new plans that have been submitted. But we do have here for the applicant, Leo Volney. And Arthur, are you representing this one as well? To address more detailed leveled questions on this. But I think
I think I figured out what happened before, which was that I had clicked on the link, but you had not sent me when I clicked on it, and I see that I received it later, the invitation to be a panelist. So I guess the system must have considered me to be an interloper.
And you had the middle screen?
Huh? Yeah.
The middle screen.
So in any event, I'm glad you can hear me now, but I'm not involved in this application. My partner, Ken Gullickson, but I don't believe he was planning to be on the call.
Okay, so we do have Volney and Leo, I see, on the call for more detail leveled questions, but I do just want to confirm that in reviewing what had been submitted and a lot of the communication included in your packet between Ed and Leo, that new plans have been submitted, a new operations manual has been reviewed and submitted, and we have obtained the water quality certificate from Monocomment.
Okay, would you like to speak, Leo? It is Art, are you on this one also? No.
I am.
You are.
Oh, sorry, Art.
And I'm recused on this one, Judith, just for
Okay.
clarification.
And
Thank
Steve,
Excuse me if I may. It turns out that my partner, Ken Gullickson, would like to present on this, but didn't realize was going to be on somehow. So Ken is going to be sitting at my chair, and my computer is going to say he's Arthur Reed, and he's going to be able to speak, and I think you're going to be able to hear him. So here we go.
Good. Wear masks, gentlemen. So who'd like to go first?
Madam Chair, just a question that just, I noticed, just reading the, one of the bylaw outlines to increase and supply housing for year-round Nantucket residents, especially those employed in the mid-island area. Maybe I have it wrong, but looking at the plan and looking in the description, it says 160 square feet. So that's, and why I bring that up is this a single person living in there? Because that really represents a 10 by 16 room. So if it is a studio or apartment or something like that with 160 square feet, you know, as you know, our tertiary buildings are 650 square feet. So I bring that up because when it says employee housing, I think of it as maybe even multiple when you look at, you know, the description. So is there just one person? And if it is, that's okay. If it's two people, do we have any kind of parking restrictions, or three people? Is it a bunkhouse? Because then obviously it would affect parking. And if we can't have the parking, then maybe we need to do something to address the public transportation.
Okay, John, I'm going to give them a chance to kind of proceed according to whatever their tentative script was, but we'll be sure to get answers to those questions if that's all right.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
So which of you, since we have this embarrassment of riches, who would like to speak? Or do you want to just take questions rather than provide a presentation? Dan, I think we're not hearing you. If it's the same computer, I think it should work, shouldn't it? He says, I wish it would.
I'm going to try to mute you and then unmute you. Maybe that's the issue. Can you try and speak?
Unmute yourself first.
Ask to unmute. Nothing.
Can we send a phone number?
Can you try to call in from the instructions?
Arthur?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
They can. I don't know why, but.
Well, I
I'm
think,
back. Ken just left to go to his office. Let me get him back.
okay.
Well, the miracles of modern technology, that's all I can say.
Megan, I think you were about to say, I think Nat, you're recused and Stephen Welch is
Yes.
activated and was activated previously, so he'll be participating too.
That's correct.
Okay, would you like to speak again and see if we hear you this time?
Yes, hello.
Oh, yay.
Okay. Hi, Kenneth Gullickson. I think I think the confusion arises out of, if I'm not mistaken, the 100 and whatever odd square feet is on the ground floor. It's just kind of an entry area, and the bulk of the apartment is on the second floor. So I think if you look at the plans, you'll see that 100 and whatever, 60 feet or whatever is a ground floor portion of the apartment, and the rest of it is upstairs. I believe it's, Volmy may be able to correct me, but I think it's a 2-bedroom apartment, and there was parking shown on the plan for it. And it's also an employee parking, so it's a little bit of a double dip there. But
Art or Leo, would you want to confirm that?
I'll defer to Leo.
Wow.
This is Volney. It's going to be a 928 square feet apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, which will be for 2 of our staff members on the second floor.
Mr. Sinclair, welcome. Thank you.
That makes more sense, Madam Chair. I just don't, on the plan, it just lists it as 2-bedroom apartment, but it shows a residential area of 160 and a commercial area of 2656. So I think maybe it's just something to correct on the actual plan.
Okay, let's go systematically through some of the issues we had discussed before to be sure we've got them all resolved. There were a number of water management engineering type issues that, Leo, it looks like you've worked on with Ed Pesci at some length, and that's what Megan has said has been fully resolved now. Do you want to highlight anything about that for us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Leo. I spent a great deal of time with Ed, going back and forth and trying to answer all his questions. At the same time, we had to deal with the company that is going to provide the car wash system itself and the piping and the systems. It's part of the whole package. And like I said, we've spent a great deal of time the last several months just kind of ironing out all the problems, dealing with the plumbing inspector because there were issues regarding the plumbing of the site itself. So I think we have everything pretty much solved right now. We got everything fitted very well on the property. There wasn't a lot of room, but the tanks were moved around from the original submittal. And as far as the water quality structures out there, Ed has reviewed those, and he was pleased with the system that we had placed.
And have you been before the Concom? Because there's wetlands there, right?
Right. We filed an RDA, and it was subject but will not alter. We had a negative determination. We were far enough away that they didn't require a notice of intent to be filed.
Okay, and you've also checked in with the water department, and they're satisfied too, is that right?
That's correct. We do have a letter from the head of the Wanacoma Water Company that he's satisfied with the systems that we have in place.
And then there were some questions about the traffic circulation and, as I recall, landscaping and where the air pumps were going to be.
We did place turning templates on there to make sure that the free flow of traffic was accessible, and the only issue that we had really was the major concern was getting the tanker trucks through there as well. That has been accomplished at this point as well also. So we seem to be in pretty good shape as far as the traffic circulation through the site. As you can tell from the site plan, there really isn't a lot of areas to landscape. The northeast corner of the property, there's somewhat of a lawn area where we propose to put privet, and we're also proposing to put some potted plants out front of the structure itself, because obviously the paving and the impervious areas go right up to the building. There's not a lot of room for any of that to be placed on there, and of course we do have that landscaping strip along Sparks Ave.
I'm going to open the public hearing just so people can line up if they believe they'd like to comment, but let me go through around the circle for the board and see if there's other questions or comments. Dave Iverson? He's quiet. He's making faces. Dave Iverson, do you have any comments or questions?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I appreciate all the work you guys have done on the water management issues on this. And I was just really wondering if there's a mechanism in place to make sure that those water systems are maintained and inspected on a regular basis.
Well, the operation and maintenance manual specifies the time frame that they have to be inspected and cleaned. So if you refer to the operation and maintenance manual, that is addressed in there.
I did see that. And I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if we as a board or if there's a way to make sure that maintenance takes place.
Leslie?
So the operation and management plan is usually referenced in the decision. So if you wanted to include an additional condition about providing, I don't know what it is without looking at the plan right now, but something like an annual certification that the maintenance that was required took place or something like that, we could include that as a condition in the decision.
Great, thank you.
Good idea.
Thank
Fritz?
you.
Fritz, did you have any?
I have nothing more.
Okay. John?
No, I think that was a good suggestion, similar to what we do with food establishments for a common vicular license that's issued every year. To have that, knowing that we do have that inspected before it's issued a license, that sounds great. And my question was addressed with the apartment. Maybe it's just a square footage that's wrong, but it clearly looks like it's a 2-bedroom with a sufficient space on the second floor. All the other issues with lighting and things like that I think are addressed, so I'm okay with this.
But you'd like the plan to be corrected so the square footage is
yeah, just so there's no, all it is a square footage, just to clarify the 160 residential area to show the true proportion, the true square footage for the residential area, not just a hallway on the first floor.
Thank you. Nat?
I'm recused on this, Judith.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Stephen?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the additional work that's gone into the stormwater and the runoff management. In particular, the upgrade of the oil water separator to include the grease trap. And I appreciate the concerns that were voiced by the other planning board members, and they've been addressed. So other than that, some things I think that aren't really planning board, they've moved the air hoses to a more accessible location to help prevent jamming up traffic. I wish there was some way to incorporate them into the plan in a location that wasn't dependent on using the vacuums so that they were more accessible to the public. But I understand there's a lot of plumbing going on there that you guys weren't planning on doing. So I suppose that's the best you can do. Thank you.
Campbell?
When I had noticed Malden had been something about the nitrogen load, and I was just wondering whether that was addressed at all. And the other thing probably isn't planning board either, but would seem that having a space for laundry would be prudent, especially given the COVID thing. The laundromat is a little iffy of so anyway, those were just my thoughts.
Dave Callahan? I'm not hearing you, or you don't have anything you want to add?
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with it. I think to John's question, I think he's just looking at the first floor plan and that's what it shows. And I think there are 2 additional air hoses over on the other building that they moved. So that now there's 4 air hoses. But that's all I have.
Stephen, did you want to say something else?
No, I was just acknowledging that. Yes.
Okay. Okay. For members of the public, Megan, do we have any members of the public who have expressed interest in speaking?
Yes, I see Emily Molden has her hand raised. Allowed to talk. You should be good. Emily, you should be unmuted.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board. Yeah, just for reference, the Nantucket Land Council did submit a couple of comment letters through the Horsley Witten group. I think one was December 9th, 2019, and one back in February of this year. And I just wanted to acknowledge that over the course of the project review and through the various revisions that have taken place, I do believe that all our primary concerns around pretreatment of stormwater on the site have been addressed, along with additional improvements and pretreatment along the roadway area at Sparks Ave. Horsley Witten group had suggested an alternative preferred practice along Sparks Ave that would have had some additional benefits in nutrient removal, which may be what Campbell was referring to, but what's being proposed here is certainly a huge improvement. One of the reasons that they had considered a different alternative was regarding the storm scepter unit that's being proposed, which is a great unit, but as was brought up, it definitely requires ongoing maintenance in order to function properly. Also, I appreciated the updates to the O&M plan with regard to that. And I did have sort of one question remaining on that, which was, I'm not sure if the planning board's typical practice is just to require acknowledgement of that O&M plan by the property owner, which I saw was done, which is great. It was my understanding that in the Mass Stormwater Standards, they also recommend having the name of the service provider listed along with a budget in there. I don't know if that's something the planning board typically does or would consider requiring. I think that Dave Iverson's suggestion and Ms. Snell's comment about requiring some kind of annual report or certification would be a great addition. Any additional accountability for the maintenance of these systems would be great, because there certainly have been several at various other places on the island that have not been maintained over time. So thank you for all the review and additional changes to the proposed project.
Thank you. Megan, anybody else?
Seeing none.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move.
Oh, hold on, Madam Chair. I see one more hand.
Okay.
Too late. Arlene? Arlene?
Yes.
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My comment to the board is that I just want to say that I concur with Mr. Vigil's concerns regarding the
Ms. Olick, we're not on that matter yet. We're still on the car wash. That'll be the next one coming up.
Okay.
If you don't mind. No, the Zoom business gets very confounding, but we'll get to you very soon, okay? We're about to close the prior hearing and resolve that, then 31 Fairgrounds is next up, okay?
Okay, thank you. Sorry about
Sure
that.
thing, no problem. So Fritz, I think you moved to close. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Dave.
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote. Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Judith, aye. So what's your pleasure on the merits?
I would move approval of the MCD, I guess, subject to are we still going with the limitation with the, no, that's have we satisfied the condition limitations 1 through 5? Do we incorporate those?
Megan or Leslie? Do we need to reiterate those?
Sorry, the first portion of the staff report was actually had been prepared by Holly before I assumed responsibilities as the land use planner. So I believe in the way I'm reading this is it's just reiterating the fact that the board shall have the right to impose such conditions and safeguards kind of as through the approval of the MCD process.
Okay, so I believe that it's subject to the requirement for an annual certification of protection procedure that would be acceptable to the staff.
Is there anything else that needs to be added? I think John was suggesting to correct the square footage marker.
And to correct the on the plan the appropriate square footage for the residential portion of the second floor.
And do we want to put in any, in keeping with the requirement about periodic checks on the stormwater management, do we want to put any trigger for our review periodically? Or first year in to just be sure it's operating the way we understood it? Leslie?
So if the stormwater system isn't functioning properly and if they're not meeting their requirements, then that's a violation of the permit. So I would say that could just be handled as an enforcement matter if necessary.
So Leslie, just to help me be sure I understand that part, when we when there are enforcement actions, that usually has to go to Marcus and there has to be multiple warnings and a fair amount of time may pass before it's actually ripe for enforcement. Here where we're dealing with water and the water protection district, it seems like we should be clear that something about the timing or how quickly that kind of action can be taken, just so we're all of the same mind on that. Could you help on that?
Well, technically, it would be a zoning violation, so it would have to be subject to the timeframes in the zoning bylaw. But I would expect that for something like this, because it is specialized and it requires an engineer, that we would refer the matter directly to Ed Pesci or whoever the consulting engineer is at the time to reach out to the applicant to try to work it out. I mean, we've had some other issues where stormwater has been a problem, and it's really worked with just engineer to engineer and hasn't come to an actual zoning violation level.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is sometimes we, for example, with some of the Westmore Club or other kinds of activities, we put in a trigger point that we would review it periodically without having to trigger an enforcement action that somebody else would have to identify. And I take it you're not recommending that that's needful.
I'm not in this case because usually those are triggered to noise or neighborhood issues that the board has a concern about. I think with stormwater, you're going to see it if it's an issue. But if you want to put something in to review it within the next year following, the certificate of occupancy on the car wash or something like that, we can certainly put that in the decision.
I just wanted to ask colleagues on the board, Dave, kind of in keeping with your point about being sure that the storm water is functioning effectively with all the downpours we've been having and the risk of flooding in Sparks area, that kind of thing. Part of me thinks it would be well to just have a review, on the book so that we know we're going to come back and kind of check the temperature to be sure everything's smooth. But on the other hand, I think Leslie's point is well taken about maybe this is a technical matter and it's a matter that the water company would be keeping an eye on and could trigger swift action. Dave?
I agree. I mean, I think if we put it in our finding that they need to provide us just with maintenance and inspection report every year, I think then if they don't, then we will review it. But if they do, then I think we're fine.
All right.
And I might be wrong. But
the year would run from when they start using it or from the date of the approval, Leslie?
Typically, we start with the date a certificate of occupancy is issued.
Okay.
Or a completed building permit, or however that works, when the building permit is closed.
Okay, any other questions or suggestions? We have Fritz's motion then, and who seconded it?
I'll second.
John seconded, and Nat is recused, and Stephen is activated. So if you're ready, we'll do roll call vote. Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Thank you. Thank you to your cast of thousands who helped us with understanding all that. We appreciate it. Okay, do you want a brief break here or are we still going strong? This next one is 31 Fairgrounds, so it may take a while. So if you have need of a bio break, feel free to let us know you'd like a brief break now. Otherwise, we'll plow ahead. So this is PLSP 2020-06-52 and PL sub 2020-6-70 Coffin Family Nominee Trust, Shirley Louise Coffin, Spencer Trustee, 31 Fairgrounds Road. And we have Arthur, I think you're part of this presentation, and Art Gasbarro. And is there anybody else that's going to be here for your team?
No, I think that's it. And Art will lead off with various responses to the
I'm going to
comments.
I'm going to ask Arthur, and this, you may want to embroider on this, but I'm going to ask Megan and Leslie, this is partly for the benefit of the public who may be watching and who may not be familiar with what a flex development is and how that relates to conventional developments or some of the other kind of technical terms in the zoning bylaws, that it might be good to just give a thumbnail about how all that works and explain what the vote has to be here and what our jurisdiction is in terms of conditions. Megan or Leslie, would you be so kind on that?
I think Leslie might be better versed into providing an explanation to the intricacies of the flex development. What I can tell you is the vote here does require a supermajority, so we would need 4 board members to vote in favor in order for this to move forward. I think the other alternative here would be the AR subdivision. So the build out would look substantially different than pursuing this method, which would require the special permit of flex development. But I really think Leslie would be more of an expert to answer that question.
Thank you, Leslie, if you don't mind. I just think it'll help the public to understand this if they can. You may be on a break here, though. Nat, you look like you want to say something.
No, she muted. She got jumped over to the other screen when everyone else left from the previous application. I texted her that we need you back here, so hopefully she gets that.
Okay, well, let me just ask within the board, is there anybody who's going to need to recuse on this matter?
No.
No.
Madam Chair?
Stephen, yes.
Yeah, hi. So my understanding is I do not actually need to recuse, but I will not be, I obviously don't need to be activated. We have a full membership, but I will be speaking. If I do speak, it'll be as a member of the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Leslie, you, the wise woman here, the request is, could you provide a thumbnail sketch for the public who may be unfamiliar with the ins and outs of conventional versus flex development as to what the differences are, what the difference in review procedure might be, and probably 5 minutes at most, but enough to kind of orient somebody listening to this who's not familiar with the ins and outs. Thank you for doing that.
Yep, you're welcome. So the overall intent of the flex development, which is specific to the town overlay district, in the country overlay district, there's a similar option with a different name. But in both cases, the intent is to put all of the lots and the buildings and the disrupted area into a consolidated location, and then to leave the remainder of the site as open space. So you condense the development in exchange for the open space. And it reduces the minimum lot size, it reduces the setbacks, it increases the ground cover a little bit, only because the lots are smaller. But again, it's an exchange for preserved open space, whether it's for active or more passive recreation. There is a density bonus that's available that's relatively minor for just doing the flex development. And then there's another bonus for making the open space available to the public to use. Let's see. That's kind of it. I mean, generally the density may slightly increase, but not dramatically.
And could you explain why there's a conventional plan that's part of the packet, how that fits into the analysis or review that we do?
Yeah, that's an important piece that I didn't mention. So you have to submit what's called a proof plan to show how many lots could be developed using a conventional AR subdivision approach. And then that number of lots serves as the basis for your flex development. So if you have, 10 lots on your AR, you get 10 lots for your flex plus whatever bonus provisions you may be eligible for that may increase the number of lots. So for the flex, there's really 2 components. There's one, you have to review sort of the basis for it, which is the conventional, and then you have the special permit for the flex.
And what kind of conditions can be applied with a special permit?
The board could provide conditions about the number of dwelling units the outbuildings, other accessory uses that may otherwise be allowed. This is in R10, which they're not proposing anything other than residential uses, but where something else may be allowed, you could restrict that as well. You could put limitations on when construction can take place, like you do in commercial projects and other things in the downtown. That's an option as well. It's pretty flexible, but with the flex. But the conditions, of course, have to be tied to, the specifics of the proposal and mitigation that's directly related to what's being proposed.
And I don't mean to cross-examine you. I'm just trying to get in front of people things they probably might find important or confusing. In terms of the location of buildings, setbacks and things of that sort, parking, traffic flow, other things having to do with transit, what discretion do we have both as to conventional and flex?
Well, just like with any subdivision, I mean, you are reviewing, the adequacy of the access to the properties. So you can look at, the traffic flow, the roadway width, the location of the proposed parking spaces. In this case, maybe the functionality of the spaces that are being proposed. We do have, parking standards in the bylaw. So, you can't necessarily exceed, the requirement. The applicant can certainly voluntarily do that, which I think they have in this case. But you can, review the layout of the road, one way, two way, all of those things.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. So I think what I'm going to do is open the public hearing so people can start lining up, letting Megan know if they'd like to speak. But while that's happening, let's go through the circle around the board and see if people have questions or comments they want to give at this point. Dave, starting on your end of the photo display here.
He did change the layout a little bit. And I guess he's not on yet. Billy's not. So I just, not clear, but it looks like the buffer is now 30 feet. Is that correct? Did anyone else notice that?
Maybe I should ask
no,
Mr. Cassidy or others to, maybe that's a good idea, Dave, to just do a thumbnail summary about what has changed from the prior occasion
that would
when
be
we
helpful.
last reviewed it.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do that if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you.
So for the applicant, Art Gasbarro and Nantucket Engineering and Survey, if we could just take a couple of minutes to go through the revised plans that we prepared in response to the discussion at the first meeting, comments from Mr. Pesci and comments from the public. And I won't read the correspondence verbatim, which I know that you've had a chance to look at, but we changed the number of buildings and the layout of the structures so that we removed one of the structures from the north side of the parking lot and then split the structure. There was one structure previously proposed on the south side or the inside of the horseshoe, if you will, and we made that into to two smaller buildings. We then also were able, by doing that, to increase the spacing between those structures in the back, which had been partially suggested, and to also increase the overall number of parking spaces. We also added a couple of van accessible ADA parking spaces into the parking layout. We adjusted the vehicle turning analysis slightly, making sure that the fire at Nantucket Engine 1 could get through there. There were some comments about the exit from Mr. Pesci, So we've proposed what they call a grass paved reinforced parking area, drive area that would be a clear space that's shown on the plan right next to the exit, just in case the fire engine pulling out of there had to run over that grassy area. To Mr. Iverson's point, yes, we increased the buffer zone. In changing the building layout, we slid them south. There was, we heard loud and clear from both the abutters and the board at the first hearing, a desire to maintain a strong vegetated buffer along that backside. And so we increased and added actually a portion of the open space. Instead of being all in one square towards the road, we modified the plan so that we put some of that open space around the backside. And we think that's a real benefit because it would, it provides both, meets the objective of having a larger vegetated buffer zone as well as then protecting that area. And we did propose that we would supplement that vegetation as may be needed with some even more evergreen if needed. Further, in speaking with the applicant today, he has also agreed to, if any abutters want fencing along the property lines or the board, he'd be willing to do that as well. We increased the parking, as we said, to approximately 56 spaces. Now, I'll tell you, you'll see from the correspondence, there have been two letters provided, but just one set of plans. When I received last week Mr. Pesci's review of the revised information and plans, we did not want to provide a full new set of plans, but we did provide a letter in response, as we wanted to assure the board, the public, that, and Mr. Pesci, any comments that he raised, we were happy to accommodate and were able to. And in doing so, that parking total number of parking spaces, we would change it slightly so that we could accommodate. You would like us to move one of the van accessible spaces, but still, we're going to be right in that 44 to 56 spaces for a project which has a total of 38 bedrooms. So we're somewhere around 1.4, 1.5 spaces per bedroom. There had been also some discussion just prior to my presentation regarding total number of dwelling units and the concept plan that we filed, and flex development. And we would highlight that we are not maximizing this in terms of total number of dwelling units that could be allowed, and that we're a couple of units less than what otherwise could be permitted if we were to utilize the full flex development bylaw. We're trying to come up with work on a proposal which really is in harmony with the bylaw and does not push everything right to the max. On the contrary, it's under the total amount that would be allowed while providing parking well in excess of what would otherwise be required. There was also a comment from Mr. Pesci with respect to the zoning setbacks, and I've seen that as well in some of the other correspondence. And we've asked for a reduction of setbacks as is allowable in the bylaw, if the board agrees, for the interior proposed lot lines, but we would respect the current 10-foot setback to the sidelines that go around the outer perimeter of the existing lot. We're not looking for any reduction there. So you'll have at least a 10-foot setback from the structures to all of those sides. And as had been noted along the back line, there would be even a greater setback with the larger vegetated buffer zone. We made some slight adjustments to infrastructure type stuff. I don't know how interested the board is, but I believe that we've satisfied Mr. Pesci with respect to, we've looped the water line. We've adjusted some invert elevations on the drainage. Again, the drainage has been, prepared and following standard engineering practice that's been done for many years for the board. Nothing is different or changed for this application as of what you would typically see. There was a comment in one of the letters about using the Barnstable rainfall intensity curves. Again, there's not a Nantucket curve. That's just standard practice. It's pretty much always done because it's published data. With respect to the, a signature line to a stormwater operation maintenance plan, which I believe also somewhat goes to the point of the board on the previous application. We did add that signature line. We could make sure that that's signed in advance of, any final endorsement of plans. I completely agree that, this stormwater system needs to be, maintained and in compliance. Conditions that are included in the final decision related to that. We welcome the full intent is to operate this stormwater system in compliance with the operation and maintenance plan that we put together and filed with you. And I believe that, really addresses all of the concerns that we heard from the board at the first meeting, as well as Mr. Pesci. I do know there's some concerns from the abutter. I also, for some of the abutters, I did provide a response letter to Mr. Vigil's letter where I went point by point and I believe addressed, at least each point of his letter, perhaps not to his satisfaction, but we believe that it should be to the satisfaction of the board in keeping with the harmony of the bylaw. Just quickly looking back over, some of the comments from the first meeting. I would be happy to hear from, all of you again and try to address anything that may be outstanding, but I do believe that we worked, hard on these revisions and to try to document for you that this is a well thought out project that will work well here with the one-way driveway in and around and, a parking arrangement that is more than what is required. And with that, I'd be happy to, the other point, that I would address was there had been a question with respect to the sewer. And, we fully understand and addressed in the letter that, sewer permits are going to be required from the sewer department prior to, any of any building permits. And we fully understand that. And we'll work with the sewer department there. And I'd be happy to try any questions or concerns or defer to Mr. Reed should he have anything additional. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur or Billy, do you have comments you want to share at the outset?
I don't have anything to lead off with at this point. I'll respond to anything that seems to need response.
Okay, among the board, let's take one time around the circle here and then we'll go to the public. Nat, you looked like you were ready to say something.
I think I can hold off for now. I just, Art sort of explained a few of the questions I had. And, the setbacks Dave brought up, the new plan, relocation, that one of the buildings. And, it's best to get into this with, with the abutters and the comments so that we can work with them on, the situation that they're in.
Dave Iverson.
No, I think Art had a good presentation of the changes he's made and the work he's done. And like Nat said, I think it's better discussed with the abutters when we get there.
Fritz.
I just have two questions. One deals with the homeowners association and specifically the stormwater maintenance plan. So I just want to make sure I understand whose responsibility will it be to maintain the stormwater maintenance or adhere to the plan and make sure that it's inspected and operating correctly? Is that going to be the owner? Is it going to be the homeowners association? That's number one.
Well, if I can take that, first of all, the expectation at the present time is that this is going to be a rental project rather than individual home ownership of the various units. And assuming that that's the case and that there's one owner involved, that owner would effectively be synonymous with the homeowners association. I think that since obviously it could be turned into an ownership project at any time, that there needs to be a homeowners association, and that the responsibility would be placed by the planning board on the homeowners association to deal with that maintenance and any other maintenance issues that need to be dealt with on an ongoing basis. Once again, the homeowners association, as long as there's one owner, is the same thing. And if it's split out into several owners, then they'll operate that through the homeowners association.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's a clearly delineated responsible person or entity with respect to the maintenance of that system.
Yes, there will be and there should be.
Okay. The second deals, we dealt with the sewer department with a separate permit. The water company, there was also a reference to water main sizing may be required or changed. Where are we on that? And is that a subsequent permit, or is that something we need to deal with now?
Let Art take that one.
I believe we've addressed the sizing. We've increased the water main size, I think, to 8 inches, and we would, meet any and all requirements of Wannacomet Water Company. So I've shown it on the plan as an 8-inch line, and we've looped it back around. And I did have a discussion with Mark Willett, which is why that is shown that way.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
John Trudell.
I guess the one thing that keeps on coming up is parking, and I think we commented on last time about stack parking and how it's being addressed. If it's not going to be assigned to each particular unit, how is that going to be addressed if somebody parks and somebody stacks behind them? They look like they're relatively close. So how does somebody get positioned out of there? So I guess that's one. And I just looking at it again, not to reinvent the wheel, but I know in a couple of different areas, like the meeting house, they staggered parking. So they had some in the front, and then they also had some in the back. And I was wondering if it was a consideration with the proposed buildings to actually move them forward a little bit and maybe require half of the parking in the back where to remove the stack parking. So it would be less, there would be less pavement showing. It may look a little bit more of a green space because it's split up with half the parking in the back of the buildings, half the parking in the front. So just a thought, or if that was a consideration. And also just for comment, I think I said this last time, we have to be careful what we wish for. We know that the proposed units here with the flex add some open space. And I know that if this were to be built out, there is a plan on page 20 of the 247 pages showing a primary, secondary, tertiary pool and also a shed. So when we look at the condensed area, it actually can be more condensed if it goes to more of a conventional layout. Not to say that would happen, but it's possible. And we have been proven where we kind of said, well, careful what you wish for. People would say that won't happen. And sure enough, I won't name anything in particular, but it has happened. So to work with the developer and to take away a building and address some of the issues that we have is a lot better than what potentially could be there. So I'd be just curious about the parking. That was something that I really looked at and I didn't think worked really well. And with this new kind of plan, how is that parking addressed with that stack parking that seems like it's still in existence?
Art.
Sure. So there will be a managed parking system associated with the with the development, and in how that gets worked out exactly would have to be part of that management program. But in terms of trying to come up with an alternate parking arrangement or splitting it, as you've mentioned, we feel that would be, I think, more detrimental to the layout in terms of needing additional driveway areas and essentially creating more impervious space on the property where we're trying to maintain the open space. And we have, enough parking along even the first row to provide for each dwelling unit, not necessarily for each bedroom, but there's more spaces in even the single row than there are number of overall dwelling units. So when we looked at this, we feel like that, it's probably going to be some situation where, a per dwelling unit, you may have, mutual occupants that then have to, how that parking gets worked out in the stacked type of a space, is the way that would operate as we see it. The only other option really is to, as I would see it, is creating just larger parking lots and reducing, what's left for open space, or really just trying to, could I push additional spaces up between the buildings just to increase additional numbers, or come up with something where we went back around the other side of the buildings. I think that you'd end up with essentially a completely paved site all the way around these structures, and we're trying to maintain a development that does have that open space.
Dave Callahan. Unmute.
Do you know how many handicap units we're proposing in these dwellings?
In terms of the units,
in terms of the number in total.
So we've proposed to have 2 accessible spaces. The number of accessible spaces is typically based upon the number of parking spaces within a parking lot. And I don't know that particular units being designed for ADA.
I don't know if you've gone back to the HDC yet. That might not be your deal, but I was wondering if, if there's a half a dozen, 2 handicap spaces might not be enough. And I realize you're going to move one of them somewhere in the middle, not in the stacked space, I would presume. And is that really enough?
Well, our intent would be to meet the requirements published for number of parking spaces, the ADA requirements.
All right.
Campbell.
Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts on my mind, but I can save them. I think I'd just like to reiterate the stacked parking. I think I've sort of banged that drum for a couple of years. I think it leads to a lot of internal problems, but I can also see where it facilitates the design, but I also think in the end, it's going to facilitate cars parking because they just have to run in for a minute that turns into 10 and I guess that's it. I guess I'd like to see fewer 3-bedroom units and focus more on 1 and 2 bedroom units. I think the 3 bedrooms, by the time you're at that level, you should probably be looking more for a house. And I think it really adds to the demand for parking. So that's my main comment.
I mean, Madam Chair, there's only 2 of that are 3-bedroom.
Excuse?
Out of the total of 22, there are only 2 which are 3-bedroom units.
And typically, isn't Fair Housing Act not necessarily applicable here, but the idea of having enough space for families is part of how you try to make housing available inclusively to people, I think. But that's neither here nor there. So if everybody's had their first slice, Megan, are you there? Could you start us with the lineup of people who'd like to speak at the hearing?
Sure. And for any of those watching at home, just be sure to use the function where you raise your hand so that I know to recognize you. First, we'll recognize Paul Durensis. He was first to raise his hand, followed by Val Oliver.
Thank you.
Paul?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Paul
Okay.
Durant.
We've read all your material, so just know we expect you, but we are thinking about you all day long because we had multiple things received from you.
Yes, I sent 2 letters that indicate that this project's not really eligible for the flex development bylaw. And I want to walk you through that. One letter is dated August 16th and one is dated September 14th. But I first want to thank the development team for the accommodations that they've made so far, moving the buildings. Their responsiveness is appreciated. And I do want to signal the notion that we are willing to continue to review this project to try and make it better. There are some parts to this project as presented that we believe has to be changed. They haven't been changed yet, but we're prepared to work with the development team to try and bring about a better result for everyone. That having been said, I also wanted to draw your attention that in fact the Nantucket Sewer Department is saying that there is no capacity in the line on Fairgrounds Road for this project to connect. And it's a pretty definite statement. It's cited in the town's peer review report, the latest version of that. You can check yourself with David Gray, but the project as presented is based upon a sewer connection, and that sewer connection is essentially not available. So that needs to be factored in. But if you will, I'd like to take a moment to explain to you why the bylaw doesn't permit this project as configured. That's because the bylaw requires the project to meet the standards of the bylaw or to obtain a waiver. There were 3 waivers requested. This project is essentially not eligible for any of those waivers. They have to get all 3 in order to proceed with the project as configured. If they do not get any one of the waivers, the project has to be denied. So the first is that this is an undersized lot. The standard in the bylaw is that this type of development, flex bylaw, is for 2 acres or more. This is not 2 acres. For there to be a waiver, the developer has to prove that this development is in keeping with the surrounding area. Well, the surrounding area is residential, is single-family homes. Similarly, they are seeking a waiver of setbacks. And the setbacks, they're not meeting the setbacks in what's before you. So they have to obtain a waiver. In order to obtain that waiver, the bylaw says that they have to show that this development does not have, let's use the exact words, will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood. And that this project can't meet the neighborhood. There are plenty of neighborhood residents who will speak and have spoken at prior meetings, who have already put in the record reasons why there are adverse effects. They'll continue to do that after I finish speaking. The third waiver that they're seeking is the 20-foot frontage requirement. They have to have 20 feet of frontage for the lots in the flex development. But there is a waiver provision. That waiver provision says that the lot has sufficient access through an easement. They have declined to show you that easement. They have declined to give you any of the details of that easement. The burden is on them because they haven't produced that piece. They're not eligible at all for this flex development. They did submit a plan that showed a road. It was intended to show where fire trucks would fit. But if you look at that plan and where they put the road, any vehicle that stops along this road to, let's say, unload groceries, or there's a service truck that wants to stop, the road is completely blocked. This is totally impractical, what they are showing on a plan. So I understand why they don't want to give you the details. They're hoping to finesse this without having to show this. But the way the bylaw reads, they have to show this. They have to show all three. They have to obtain all three. And as I've indicated, this project can't meet those three, and therefore is not eligible for flex development. Again, that doesn't mean that we're not willing to work with them. That doesn't mean that we're not willing to help them come up with a project that would work with this neighborhood. But right now, there are too many buildings. They're too big. The project is too dense. So that's it for the time being. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just to be clear, you said it's it for the time being. We're not doing cross-examination. So if there's questions, we'll come back to you, but I just don't want to leave the impression that it's going to be tit for tat. That I understand, I'm a lawyer too, and I understand lawyers are going to engage in advocacy, and we appreciate that. But I think we need to hear from everybody else before we come back and hear repeated submissions. Megan, who's next?
Yes, we have Val Oliver up next.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Val, we can hear you.
Hi. Thank you for letting us add our 2 cents. I appreciate it. So my first question really is, is this being considered in its present configuration because some of it will be affordable? Or are we essentially giving people the ability to overdevelop for profit? That's my first question.
Ms. Oliver, just to be clear, we're asking the questions. We're not going to be taking questions from people wanting to quiz the board. We're acting on an application that has come before us. So that sounded like that was a question you wanted to pose to the applicant rather than to the board. But I just want to be clear that it's most helpful for you to speak kind of in declarative observations, and there'll be an opportunity for the applicant to speak and respond to questions as they've come up. But it's not going to be that you ask a question and the board has to defend some particular view on behalf of the applicant, because we're a neutral reviewing entity. I know you appreciate that because you've been on town boards before. Just so I'm trying to go out of my way to be sure everybody understands and doesn't feel put off, especially with the Zoom dimensions here of how difficult it is to be sure we're all communicating effectively. But I hope that makes sense and no disrespect intended, just wanting to be sure everybody's on the same page.
That's fine. I really just wanted to pose that as a general question to everyone who's sort of pondering this development. And my second concern is that in reviewing the material, and I do want to say, actually, thank you for the changes that were made. It's moving in the right direction, and I certainly appreciate that. I would like to just point out that the conventional lot division that was put together was purposely crowded with pools and 3 dwellings and a shed. And I find it extremely interesting because there is not one shed on this development layout as it is. And I have been asking or pointing out that I think people have stuff and there needs to be a place to put their stuff, and this doesn't accommodate for that. And lastly, and more importantly to me, is always the parking and the traffic, because I live in this area and I see it every day and live it every day. And I guess my concern is really the stacked parking is a great idea in theory, but I see it time and time again, just driving around the island and also having to deal with it myself, that if somebody parks their car in back of someone else who doesn't get up as early as they do, it's always a big brouhaha, and it ends up that people park on the street to avoid that. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I think Mr. Durensis covered my other concerns. So thank you very much for listening and considering my concerns. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Megan?
Yes, so Jerry Mitchell, you are up next. I do just want to remind those watching at home, if you wish to participate in the public comment, I see a handful of people that I've had email correspondence with on the Zoom meeting as attendees. So just if you wish to participate, please raise your hand so that we know to recognize you. Jerry, you're up.
Hello, Mr. Vigil.
Okay.
Thanks for being with us.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank our attorney, Paul Durensis, for presenting such an eloquent dissertation on this subject. I'm really concerned about, among other things, that the 18 points I put in my letter, and I'm not going to go over all of them, dated August 14th. But there appears to be no ADA accessibility, not only in the building, but also on the street and on Fairgrounds Road. There's no presentation of a crosswalk. There is no adequate wheelchair ramp design shown in the developer's drawings. And I believe that the size of this complex development that is being presented herein violates 521 CMR on ADA development, ADA access. And I don't know if the rules, if the regulations require that a certain number of the units be ADA accessible. As far as I can see from the plans, it doesn't show that. And that's a big concern of mine. The other thing that I'm concerned about is a point that Fritz McClure made, and that is on who is going to maintain. It's stated in the applicant's documents that there's going to be a homeowners association to maintain the drainage system. And that was answered in the point of that there may be just one owner. What guarantee is it that this owner is going to be faithful in its duty to maintain this drainage system? The next question I have is, the next statement I have, I didn't see any calculations to determine the size of the water pipe required for this development. I know there's a mention of an increased size, but I didn't see any calculation of it. And the last drawing, or second to last drawing that the developer provided, intimates an alternative development. And I believe the alternative development using R10 zoning with the allowed number of lots, putting primary, secondary, and tertiary dwellings is not allowed by the bylaws. And that's pretty much what I have, other than what I wrote in my letter, which there are a lot of points that I addressed. But those are things that are really concerning to me, besides the parking, which has been mentioned more often than not in this session here. And I want to thank you for the time allotted to me.
Thank you, Mr. Vigil. Megan?
I'm not seeing any more members of the public with their hands raised at this point.
We had someone who initially.
Yeah, we just had two more.
Diana.
We have two more that did just raise their hands. Nadine King, followed by Arlene Olek. Nadine?
Hi, I just wanted to express support of Jerome Vigil and Paul's presentation and all the points that were made by both individuals.
Thank you.
Okay, Arlene.
I too, my name is Arlene Olick, and I too support Mr. Vigil and Paul's comments regarding this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I'm sorry, Megan.
Oh, we have Cynthia Casado.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I just want to agree with Jerome Vigil's concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan,
I'm not seeing any other hands raised at this point.
okay, I think we've got a couple of choices here. The board can
Excuse me, Madam
react.
Chair. I have my,
Stephen Welch.
yes, I'm sorry. It may not be visible because there's
I'm
two.
sorry, Stephen.
No, it's fine.
We'll call on you as a member of the public.
Yes, please.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. So first, I'd like to thank everybody in advance for, being involved in a robust discussion this hearing and the last. I think drawing varying viewpoints is important, looking for a solution which we can all look back on in many years and be all thankful that, it's a well-considered development. There are a couple items that haven't been mentioned. If they are, I'll just touch on them. Parking issues have been identified, and but there are some solutions not yet mentioned that I think could easily be considered. I see the applicant has made a reduction with one fewer building, but I know the plan still shows 22 units with 38 or more bedrooms, so that hasn't changed. Internal sidewalks. I'm sorry, is there someone who could mute, please? Internal sidewalks for safe passage in rain and snow or on a sunny day with groceries or with a child in hand really don't exist. So that's a concern, as is space to walk between, from the cars to the 22 units. So as of now, there are no hard surface walkways and there's no dedicated passage from or between the parked cars. I believe there was mention of a 30-foot buffer along the rear, but just to be sure I understand the infrastructure plan, I think that was an elevation marker someone may have looked at that's 32 feet. The setback as proposed is 15 feet and some few inches, which I think is a good start, but it's not atypical for setbacks between uses such as these, single family and then the higher density, more apartment style, to be used as a buffer. And in that instance, a detailed landscape and hardscape plan is common to avoid confusion, showing the shrubs, the trees, fencing, all strategically located and with any relevant details. And it does seem that regardless of who owns the property, not like with a smaller scale, fewer bedroom employer dormitory is approved, that there is an operations plan in place, and that benefits the not only the abutters, where there's a difference in the intensity of use, but the quiet enjoyment of the occupants. And I think it's important that, I think you all on the planning board recognize the importance of that, but I just wanted to have made mention of it. Just in closing out, it seems to me these and other concerns can be addressed by the applicant with the abutters to create a reasonable, workable solution. And I hope that will be the outcome. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the committee.
Thank you, Stephen. Board members, we've got two choices. If you'd like to comment, we can do that. If you'd like to have the applicant respond to some of the points made by the public, we can do that.
I'm happy to respond, Madam Chair, either way.
Why don't you go ahead then, Art?
Thank you. Thank you for all of the comments. I do believe that we can address them all, and I'll just go in order, starting with Mr. Durensis' comments in terms of not eligible for the flex development. We believe that the project is fully permittable by the board per the provisions in the bylaw. The comment about the undersized lot and the 2 acres, I think we should have just a little discussion on. This property is 85,929 square feet. And if you were to base your acre based on 43,560, that'd be 2 acres of 87,120, and it would be 1,191 square feet under that. However, all of the zoning districts and most of regulations typically, such as septic and whatnot, are based on builders acres. you'll notice when we deal with lug 1, it's 40,000, lug 2 is 80,000, et cetera. So if you were to consider that the bylaw referenced 2 acres as a building acre at 80,000 square feet, we're well in excess of that. So I think it's clear it's important for the board to realize that this isn't some lot that is, so far from compliance with a provision that I think could be interpreted either way, that the board and the bylaw provides the provision that the board could consider that and grant that relief to the extent necessary. But again, we're less than 1,200 square feet from a full surveyor's 2 acres, and we're almost 6,000 square feet more than 2 buildable acres. So in a zoning district of 80,000 is typically what you would consider the 2 acres. So I think there are some semantics involved here, and I think it's important to address that. In terms of the waiver of setbacks, again, a finding of no adverse impact. We are not requesting a waiver of setbacks to the setbacks that would otherwise be required to the outer perimeter of the neighbors. The setback reductions are solely to the interior lines. Again, allowed under the flex provision. In terms of waiver of frontage and the easement issue, we of course are going to provide the easement. We are not trying to in any way, I'm not sure what was sort of the point there of what maybe trying to get away with or whatnot. That's not at all. The understanding is that your final easement plans determining the math. If something, we're not going to do that for plans that if there's going to be a change, based upon either, for every set of permitting. What I can tell you is that the easement will be at least as big as the edge of the pavement that you see on the plan. So there's, the easement plans are typically, mathematical definition defined plans to go on record. But ultimately exactly what that says, as long as it accomplishes what the board expects, which is what we believe we've more than done here. There's really not much else to say. I mean, we're providing a way on the plan on both sides where the driveways would be, and we'll provide a more than adequate easement that covers all of the driveway and parking areas. It's the only way this works. I think that in terms of the sewer department, I did have a meeting with the sewer department. I think it's important to know that this property is within the sewer district, that when the town comprehensive wastewater management plan was done, this property was planned to have to serve 37 bedrooms. We're proposing 38. So, I mean, we are the capacity of a sewer line that's in the road and whatever improvements that are going to happen there are going to be a result of permitting with the sewer department. But again, it's not like this property was not planned to have in terms of sewer flows within the sewer district to be served by municipal sewer. So I don't think that that's a problem for the board at all. In terms of the conventional subdivision that we showed, I don't think there's any reason to expect that anything less would be developed with the value of what lots are selling for right now. If we, it's what I see plenty of. Everybody wants a pool. Everybody wants a shed. Everybody wants primary and secondary dwellings. I think that is exactly what the development of this property would likely look like. In terms of a place for stuff, as we stated at the first, and I'm moving on to Ms. Oliver's comments. We stated at the first meeting and, are fully committed to that the basements of each of these units will have storage lockers or cages, if you will, for lack of a better term, that would be dedicated and, so that people do have a place to put their things, and it would be in a neat and orderly fashion, again, managed. There'll be no boat storage allowed. There'll be no parking allowed outside of the designated areas. And I think that'll go a long way towards addressing, you know, any concerns that there may be along those lines. In terms of ADA access, again, you know, in 521 CMR, those are building commissioner issues. The project has to comply, or you're not going to get a building permit. You're not going to get certificates of occupancy, and you're not going to rent any of the units. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The project needs to comply with all ADA requirements, and fully the applicant intends to and will. A crosswalk, you know, that issue I addressed in the letter. You know, that is within a public road layout that goes to, you know, it's outside of the applicant's control. Applicant's more than happy to make a request to the Traffic Safety Advisory Work Group, that is to the Select Board, for an additional crosswalk. But I would bring to your attention that there is 2 crosswalks that exist within 120 feet of this property on both sides. There's a crosswalk at Fairgrounds, and then there's a crosswalk down at Trotter's Lane. So you'd be putting a 3rd crosswalk in within, you know, 400 or 500 feet. If that's what everybody, you know, and that's what the town fathers and you want, we'll make the application. Whether it makes a lot of sense, I don't know, but I don't, you know, I don't think something that, you know, we can necessarily control. It should be conditioned. We'll agree to a condition that if the board wants us to pursue that approval, then we could. In terms of the calculations for the water pipe, again, I've shown an 8-inch main, much more than adequate for a development of this size. I had it sized as a 6-inch in the original plans, which I felt was more than adequate, but for the real reason of the 8 inches for fire hydrants, if you had opened up multiple fire hydrants at a single time in terms of supplying water to the structures and sprinkling them, I mean, an 8-inch line is much more than adequate. I think that with that, we have addressed all of the comments that, you know, were out there. You know, the overall, you know, management plan and the way that it's intended this would be running would be essentially a draconian type of a operation where strict compliance is going to be, you know, expected if you want to be a tenant here. Thanks.
Madam Chair, if I may pitch
Yeah.
in for a minute on this. I'd like to go back to sort of where we started on this matter tonight, which is about flex development. And flex development is really a concept that has evolved from cluster subdivision, which has been in effect in Massachusetts for quite some time, and is considered to be, in its various permutations, a much more appropriate planning tool, where in certain circumstances where it can be done, than a sprawling conventional subdivision. Keeping areas in open space. And in this case, in the setting of this property, you're dealing with a division of a lot, which right now has a large open area in front of the existing house. In many respects, it's going to preserve the nature of the neighborhood a lot more than would be the effect if the conventional subdivision, which we've laid out, as has been noted, were constructed. In fact, that conventional subdivision is something that we absolutely would be able to do as a matter of right, as would we be able to build primary, secondary, and tertiary dwellings, pools, and sheds. Now, not every owner might do it exactly that way. Somebody might decide to use their available ground cover on a larger primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling rather than having the tertiary dwelling. The amount of ground cover would be the governing force. But in any event, this shows what could be done on the site, and what we're doing is much more in keeping with good planning practices than would be the case if that type of subdivision were in fact effectuated. We also are not, even though this is residentially zoned, we're not an entirely residential neighborhood. In fact, we've got the Fairgrounds restaurant immediately adjacent to us, and that certainly has an impact upon the area. as does the town-owned property across the street and down a little way with the the new police and fire station and 2 Fairgrounds Road. So even though it's residentially zoned, it's really an area with a lot of mix of activity going on. And we think that this project would fit right into it. Again, as far as the waivers for flex development, I think we meet the waiver. Again, the point has been made that we're effectively 2 acres. We're only a hair under it, and we think of builder's acres rather than actual acres. But to the extent that we need a waiver on that, and I suppose technically we do, the board has the ability to waive that, and we think we meet the standards in that the flex development is in fact more in keeping with the surrounding area when you consider what the property looks like at the present time and the situation with the other uses in the area, which I've described. And it certainly promotes a more efficient use of the land and therefore promotes the intent of flex development. Art has addressed the setbacks issue. Keeping things close together rather than sprawling fits with the whole concept of a flex development. And the frontage, once again, obviously will be handled by a proper layout of what would become an easement if the various lots were put into separate ownership, and in any event will be the interior roadway system that will serve it. But I think that what we have here is a good project. It's a project that meets the concerns that resulted in the town adopting the flex development bylaw a few years ago. I think it fits right into it, and I would hope that you would approve it as presented. Thank you very much.
Megan?
I just wanted to let you know there are 2 hands raised from members of the public.
I'll take these 2, but I think we need to say that we're into our deliberation phase. So anybody else who wants to speak who's not spoken before, this is the time to raise your hand and let us know you'd like to be heard, please.
So we do have Emily Molden up first, who I'll recognize in just a second. We have Paul Durensis with his hand up again, so I don't know. Are we accepting multiple comments or?
Not at this time, I don't think.
Okay, so Emily.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I thought I had raised my hand earlier, but obviously had not clicked on the hand. Speaking for the Nantucket Land Council, just wanted to acknowledge the changes that have been made to date, and that I do appreciate the general project design in the context of the conventional subdivision plan that has been submitted and what would be allowed here under zoning. I just wanted to raise another point that I don't think has been discussed yet, because I haven't actually seen it in the submitted information, and that's just the open space and the applicant's plans for the open space. Just wanted to make sure the board had the opportunity to discuss that before moving towards any kind of a permit or a decision. I know under the bylaw for the flex development now, there's some requirement that that be considered in advance. So I just wanted to raise that issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durensis, if you're not repeating what you said before, if there's something fresh you'd like to say, I'll give you just a few minutes on that if that's possible for you to do, please.
Thank you for your courtesy.
I don't mean to be discourteous. I'm just trying to manage the meeting so everybody gets heard. As you know, we have probably another 8 matters, and we have a number of people waiting to hear those. So it's not that we don't love giving public comment. It's just we need to be fair to everybody. And I know you understand that from your own experience.
Yes, I've served on a planning board myself, and I was counsel to the Nantucket Planning Board for 24 years, so I understand and appreciate the great effort you put in, the amount of time that
So
goes
please
into
share
this.
your thoughts if you would.
Okay, the first is the crosswalk situation. The way we handle this in other towns and other planning boards is to require the crosswalk subject to government approval. Easy to do, easy to put on a piece of paper. The bylaw says that you are to look at pedestrian safety. The bike path is across the street, across Fairgrounds Road from this development. I don't think that you can ignore the crosswalk situation. If it's true that you want to stay with the existing crosswalks, then there needs to be a link between this property and those crosswalks so that we don't have people walking in Fairgrounds Road. So that whole issue of traffic safety when it comes to pedestrians still needs to be addressed. Number two, the response on the ADA issues, that this is a building commissioner issue. I would point out that the comments that we submitted on August 16th indicated the view of the ADA people, the Nantucket ADA people, that the plans had to be redone. There was so much that had to be changed in these plans. And if the plans have to be redone, it's not an issue that should wait for the building commissioner. It's an issue that should be addressed now while we're looking at the plans as a whole. Then there's this reference to the conventional subdivision. Well, I've done this enough to know that that is simply not practical and it's not economic. It's not the kind of thing that's going to be marketable the way it's drawn in any kind of meaningful way. So while it's true that they have a technical and legal right to it, it's not something that's really going to happen. As I say, we're willing to work with the developer, so hopefully that would never happen anyway. On the issue of a builder's acre, I want to point out to the board that it was this developer in its application that says they need a waiver because they don't meet the 2 acres. This is an interesting argument that they didn't mean what they said when they filed the application, and that they really mean it because the builder's acres is really what was meant by the bylaw. Well, the bylaw doesn't say builder's acres, nor do they think it did at the time they submitted their application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's anybody else out there, this is your last chance to speak tonight, at least on this matter. Everybody hear me say that? If you would like to speak on this matter, this is your chance. Raise your hand on the magic button. Megan will let us know so we can call on you. Please, if you'd like to speak, help us with this so that we can be sure to be fair to everybody else that is coming subsequently for other matters we have to take up.
Not seeing any hands being raised.
Okay, Dave Iverson.
Sorry, and I know that Emily asked this, but I don't think I heard the answer. And either Art or Billy could maybe help. Have you guys gotten a commitment from anyone to hold the CR yet? Has there been talks? What's going on with that?
I think the answer is that we have not, but that is a subject that is in the works.
Okay. just, I mean, I don't, I'm not trying to cause problems. I just, I know what happened at Hawthorne Park, and I think it would be a relief for the board to see that there was a CR in hand.
Understood.
Okay. Colleagues, let's go around the circle and get your thoughts about other matters yet to be resolved, or what your inclination is in terms of acting. The staff recommendation was not to act formally tonight one way or another, but to suggest that there be a draft decision developed between now and our next meeting, so we would have some nuanced text to look at. That makes a lot of sense given all the moving parts here, but we shouldn't assume that's necessarily where we want to go. There may be other things on your mind. So let me see who'd like to start. Dave,
I'll go ahead and
Matt.
say a couple things if you want.
Okay.
Judith, thank you. I'm just going to respond to Paul. One thing he mentioned about crosswalks and all that. When that got brought up at the bus stop, and moving the bus stop from, some of this stuff is sort of outside of we can't tell the DPW what to do or whatever, or Paula or town meeting to approve, a sidewalk that goes around from Inky Mirror, but that's been on a set of plans for a while to get a MUP path to Newtown. And it's pretty obvious that this area, being R10 zoning since 78, needs to have more walkability on Fairgrounds Road, like that's been done on one side of Hooper Farm. So I agree with what Paul said, but I also think that it can't be a detriment to this project, because I mean there's a lot involved here. They can give up, they've already offered to give up some layout, give up some land to accommodate the pull off beyond the layout of Fairgrounds. And I think that a sidewalk to Trotta's minimum is, from all the way from the other end of to the Old South is going to end up happening one way or the other in this area. As far as the parking goes, I see, how this is set up with the stacked, and I understand what we're doing. We need to have a certain amount of open space. It's too bad if there was a way to, because I like the road in and out like that. It separates. If there was a conventional subdivision here and there was a road in where Wiggles driveway is now, or in the middle of the lot, I mean, it would be, everybody be complaining, saying there's going to be too much traffic. Well, we have that already with other roads, but this allows for separation. This allows for people to be not fighting who's putting their right directional on, who's putting their left directional on. It's definitely a good flow. I just wish there was a way that we could build an angled parking concept here that splits the parking and the road goes in between the spaces, but it probably removes a certain number of spaces. So I just, it's unfortunate. I wish we could do that. I don't know if there's a way that could be recalculated or something. Maybe some smaller spaces, maybe some 7x17s, maybe some compact spaces. I'm not sure if that's possible, but that was something I thought of previous meeting, and then someone brought it up to me during the meeting. So there was one other thing that I've forgotten now what I was going to say next. I had one more point, and now I can't remember what it is. So I'm going to have to wait, Judith.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I didn't write that one down.
John Trudell.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but parking is still a stickler for me. I just don't know how that's going to work with the stack parking and the assigned parking. If there is an assigned plan, as Art Gasbarro would say, or said, then I really like to see that plan and see how it's going to work, because I know after the approval sets in and people move in and then it becomes an issue, it's really out of our hands. I'd like to see if we can address that issue before it happens. There are standard things that with this type of development, with low lighting and any kind of noise, because there is a pavilion with open space, which I like, especially for families. But I think there has to be consideration of if there's any kind of open, any kind of noise issues with that pavilion. Maybe there will be an entertainment, concert or something like that for the family that they need a permit. That's great, but maybe there's a cap on open noise. I think we are addressed the basements. That was a concern of mine for having interior storage space somewhere where we can put. So I don't see that on the plans, and I went through all the interior layouts. I just don't see a basement plan there. So I do like the fact that you mentioned that, and it's going to have basements now, and there'll be some interior storage. So hopefully there's enough there that there won't be the need for extra sheds on the outside. But it's always good to have some space, personal space for people to keep things, so it's not just cluttering the outside of the house. I guess that's really my main concerns. A lot have been addressed. I appreciate the cooperation with the builder, the developer, and to address a lot of the issues. I think it's really much better plan, a little less density with the buildings, the setbacks, but obviously I think we can still improve it a little bit, and I'm hoping that a couple of these things can just get tweaked a little bit, but thank you.
Fritz.
My specific questions that I had have been answered, the ones I raised before, and they've been answered adequately, I think. From a design point of view, I agree with Nat and John. I think the one question mark or question in terms of design is the parking, and if there's any way that can be addressed within the confines of all the other requirements that the developer has to meet. I'd really like to try to see if that could be done.
Dave Iverson. Dave Iverson, are you there?
Dave, you're muted.
Hello. So I appreciate the concerns of the abutters. I appreciate the flexibility of the development team. I think that hopefully we can all come together here. Parking's always an issue. I mean, 56 spaces, even though some of them are stacked, is still a lot of spaces, maybe not enough, but I'm not sure we can ever really have enough. I know there was a little talk about managing the stormwater system. Again, I mean, I think that's going to be, either the homeowners association, the owner is going to have to do the same as we did with the MCD earlier and have a maintenance program and deliver that yearly to the building department. So I think that will be resolved. I am concerned about no CRs, someone to hold the CR yet. I just get very concerned that that's going to be a last minute thing. That could be a problem. So I just hope that Billy and his gang find someone that's willing to do that and hold that and get that sealed up quickly. Other than that, I mean, I appreciate the changes. I think they're all for the better. I think buffer and fencing in the back should really go a long way to help the abutters. I prefer the 2 driveways over 1. I think Nat had a very good point there. That's really it for me, I think.
David Callahan.
You're muted, David.
You maybe
Upper
you
right
don't have
corner
anything
of
you
your-
want to- David Callahan.
Yeah, I got you. Do you have me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. I appreciate what the developer has done also. I think reducing the number of units, moving the buildings out a little is good from the rear setback. They could probably come out a little bit more. My major concern is parking again, as most people have said. There's only 8 spaces that aren't stacked, and so there's going to be a lot of multiple units that are going to be stacked in by a neighbor. I'd like to see a lot more detail in the plans, and I'm sure they don't want to do that yet. But I think before we can approve it, we need to see, a little more details in the buildings themselves and just what's going on. And as Art said about the basement storage, that kind of thing. So I think we need more details there. And I agree with Dave that the conservation restriction is something we should have in hand before approval because of what happened at Hawthorne Place. And we don't want to see that going on in the future. That's it.
Thank you. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to thank everyone. I agree with everyone's thoughtful opinions on the and questions on the board. I guess just a thought in passing was I noted in the landscape plan that there were going to be those giant arborvitaes along the front. And I thought one of the qualities of that piece of property is that very nice open area that you can see from the road. So I'm wondering if the density of that hedge could be a little bit less so that that visual opening could still be there. I think that's part of the historic sense of that area and that property. So that's just a small thought. So thank you for your.
Well, my sense of the meeting where we are at this point is that the board still has a set of questions about parking, about stack parking, sufficiency of parking, possibly ADA compliance. Also questions about nailing down crosswalks issues, nailing down the conservation restriction, who's going to hold it. I think there's probably a few other kinds of things, getting some confirmation from the sewer department about what is their definite view about availability, things of that sort. And who's going to be in charge if it's a rental program or if it's going to be homeowners association. But my sense was we had at least a half a dozen particular things that we'd want to come back to. And the question in my mind is whether it would be better to have staff try to begin to draft something more particularized about requirements on these various points now, or whether we need further discussion and to give the community and the developer some more time to talk with each other before we get to the stage of trying to write something up. I have to, my own personal bias, because I'm a lawyer, is I try to write because it helps me think. And by trying to delineate what the points are and what the points of uncertainty are, that helps sharpen up where the questions would be. But I don't want to assume that others work the same way or that our staff has time to proceed that way. We also have the question whether to hold open the public hearing. I'd be inclined to hold it open until we have something in a more detailed format like that to allow people to weigh in if they would like to do that. So the three things, I guess, my summary are, let's be sure we have a complete list that is adequate to help guide staff, and the opponents are aware that we've heard their concerns. The developer team is aware of what needs to be worked out. So detailed list. Then do we want to put some of that into a written format to kind of gel a little bit further and move us further along? And then third, should we keep open the public hearing so that there's another opportunity for comments? Nat, you have thoughts on that?
I think we should, Judith, especially with the shortcomings of Zoom. We definitely should hold it open, I think.
Okay.
In my opinion, because it's like so difficult to speak, and, you know, for anybody that's trying to get in, but anyway, Judith, can I just come back to what I forgot earlier and so
yes,
forth?
Please.
So this is back on a couple of things. I don't, Paul's comment about, I mean, I'm not an attorney, I'm not going to get into anything, whatever, but the builder's acre issue, I'm sure that will come back at the next meeting with an answer, because I mean, that's been going on for years. That isn't something that just started yesterday. And I don't know, and the other issue with the CR, and we ran into this at Hawthorne Park. I mean, the original flexes, the MRDs, were in places that were out in the middle of nowhere. There's one, out Tom Nevers, and staff went through the list of where they were, and there was already open space by conservation or someone with, whether it was land council, whether it was Conservation Foundation or land bank or whoever, where there was a connector, something that was somewhat natural. Now we're using flex to avoid by right development in high density. And as someone that's been around this thing a while now, and I think everyone sort of is feeling this, we're trying to do less than what can happen by right, for the most part. And when you get negativity towards less, you think as a board member, well, then what are we doing this for? You know what I mean? Because this owner, this applicant or this owner sold 2 lots on Trotter's Lane the old fashioned way. Houses were built, no one said a word. There's a lot of land in this area that's in R10 that is going to get a house put on it. Something's going to happen. What happened with Tony Marx's was a classic example. That was less than an acre. There are 6 structures on that now. So I don't see, we have to just sort of find it within ourselves to understand that when you have to do this in one big piece instead of little tiny pieces, it makes everyone get nervous. But in reality, this would get done in one lot at a time if it wasn't done like this. So the sewer issue, I think, is, I mean, I talked to David about this several times. There's places all over the island like this that they're working on that we can't deny a subdivision because the line's 8 inches instead of 14. What about all the other connections? Should there be no connections on Fairgrounds Road? I mean, that would be like, that would never happen. So that stuff is going to get addressed through the master plan of the sewer and the improvements that are being made. So that was the only other things I had, Judith, and sorry to have gotten off track there earlier.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. Other thoughts? Again, I'm just trying to structure the discussion here because we have several matters to take up to keep the public hearing open. give me a nod if you agree with that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we're keeping the public hearing open. So I think we need a motion to continue the public hearing, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll make a motion to continue to the next meeting, October 26th, I believe.
John moved and
That what it
I
is?
saw in that.
But I'll second that. Can I second that with a question to staff? It says
Sure.
that 18th is the deadline. Do we need the applicant has to grant an extension if it's past the 8th. I didn't realize that the next meeting is after Columbus Day. Is that what we're doing, John?
Yeah.
I haven't looked, sorry.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, Nat, for action deadline to be extended.
Yep.
Obviously, we'll agree to extend.
Thank you, Arthur, very much.
Okay, so the motion is by John, seconded by Nat, to continue the public hearing until October the 26th.
With an extension for
with
the
an
action
extension.
deadline.
And, okay,
So-
and
Do we
second,
need, can we do that in one motion, or do we need to
I
make two
was-
separate?
just thinking about that, let's do them separately. Extend the,
Extend to
what do we
November.
call it? Yeah, let's carry this, have the extension go to the November board meeting, if that's agreeable. Arthur is still
Yeah,
agreeable?
that's fine.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to extend to the November meeting for the extension.
John,
Second.
Nat, okay, roll call, John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye, and with thanks to the applicant. And then,
Make a motion
Your
to
first
continue to
motion.
the October 26th meeting.
thank you, John. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave seconds. Roll call vote, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Judith, aye. All right, so now, the next question would be, do you want to have staff prepare something in writing to ground us in our discussion at that meeting, or do you want to have a wide open discussion again and hear what the applicant has to say before we try to get down to brass tacks?
Madam Chair, I think it would be productive to have the staff outline something. It helps to narrow down the field and instead of keeping it open. And at that point, I think we'll have a clearer idea of what is left to discuss.
I tend to think that's right, and I see Leslie nodding on that. I think that actually, I mean, this matter, we first took it up, right? So it really seems as though it would help us keep our focus in order to try to narrow down particular issues. So if there's consent generally, which I sense in the room, Leslie, that's okay with you? You're the magic Wonder Woman drafter, so Megan will help, I'm sure, but you're the maestro here, or the maestra.
Oh, well, thank you for that. I think it will help to narrow your focus and to really spotlight what's outstanding and to add in some findings for you all to review and to have in advance. And luckily that meeting's out a bit later in the month than it normally would be. So we have plenty of time to work on that and have Arthur look at it and get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, we'd be very happy to collaborate in any way with anything you need in that regard.
Okay, and third thing before we move to the next matter for tonight, I guess this is to staff and to the board. Have we surfaced all the issues so that Leslie has what amounts to kind of a mental checklist or notes with help from Catherine and Megan about what are the points of contention? I think I have a sense we really have been narrowing those down, but yeah, I heard your last point, Nat, about the Builder's Acre and a few other things like that coming in. But Leslie, do you feel like you've got enough to have a starting point on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and if anybody has anything else, now would be the time.
I'd like to thank everybody for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Billy. We appreciate you folks too. You've got a good team there.
have-
And thanks for sticking with us here. I know it's a challenge to have to keep going through step by step here, but we know you've been through this walk before, all of you. So we appreciate the care you're giving it and how articulate you are and how even-handed you are in dealing with folks who may not agree with you. So good citizens, all we need more of that kind of civic behavior, that civil behavior, that we can respect each other even if we don't always agree. So thank you on that.
You should
We
talk.
appreciate all the constructive suggestions that have come up from the board and from everyone in connection with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've continued the hearing till next month, and we've continued the application, extended the application till November, and we have an understanding with staff. Is that all we need to do on this one tonight? I think probably. How about a 5-minute stretch break? Dave Callahan, were you going to say something? Anybody else want to give a benediction here before we use the facilities? Okay, I've got 7:26, so let's try to go for 5 minutes. And just so you know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matters. I don't think any of these are going to be as complicated as what we've seen, but there's a couple that may have issues. So it's too late to go get pizza if you don't have it already. You could have a bite and promise yourself some more later. So 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. You folks are a really good team. These are long meetings and they're longer on Zoom. I think it must be something about the difficulty concentrating and the lack of interesting things going on around you, or the chance to pass notes or not. Are we ready to go? You okay starting without Leslie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here comes Fritz.
Here.
Okay, we're now on PL sub 2020-08-80 Guy B and Diane P. Snowden modification number 119 and 119R Eel Point Road. And there was a previous plan, or we also have to look at the previous plan because there's a Form J request, right, Megan?
Yep, that's correct. So you have the public hearing first, which is the requested modification to the subdivision. Pending the outcome of that decision, you can move on to the release of the lots through Form J.
Okay, I'm opening the public hearing on this matter, PL sub 2020-08-80 Guy B and Diane P. Snowden modification number 1 at 119 and 119R Eel Point Road.
Good evening, for the applicant, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors.
Hi, Paul.
How are you? Thanks,
Good.
everyone. Meeting started very fast for me, but it slowed down a bit there, but we're on track.
Well,
So hopefully this one will move somewhat quicker than the last few.
It's all up to you.
Okay, we'll try. This is a application, a B1 application for a subdivision modification. Judith, as you had mentioned, this is for 119 and 119 Hill Point Road.
But okay, well, that's exciting.
Sarah, yep. You're good to mute if you don't want us to hear it. Okay, onward, Paul.
Okay, so this is essentially what everybody will look at today as a 2-lot A&R subdivision. But it was a subdivision that was brought before the board back in 1988, at which time Eel Point Road was looked at a bit differently than it is today. So in order for them to divide this property in 1988, they were required to go through the approval required process. And in doing so, there was some improvements that were made to Eel Point Road. And a condition was put on the covenant that went with the approval required subdivision that essentially said that each of the 2 lots upon the subdivision plan shall be limited to construction of 1 dwelling on each lot. And a deed restriction to that effect shall be registered prior to the release of either lot. That was done. The covenant is in place. However, the way we, I think, look at Eel Point Road, or the way the planning board now looks at Eel Point Road, it's different than it was at the time that this lot was subdivided. We're in the Lug 2 zoning district. So both of these lots have in excess of 80,000 square feet. They meet the frontage requirements of 150 feet, I believe, for the Lug 2 zoning district. And what we're before you tonight is to ask that that condition that's been with the property since '88 be released. That this lot is allowed to be developed, or these lots are allowed to be developed similarly to what has been allowed to be developed on Eel Point Road, which is a conventional single-family dwelling with a primary or with a secondary dwelling unit option. Obviously, any secondary dwelling option would have to come before your board. You would look at access and whatever items you typically would look at under the secondary dwelling provision. I think the staff report lays out pretty concisely what our application is asking for. It also, I think, lays out the fact that Eel Point Road is in fact been considered through your standards for A&R subdivisions, and that it does have suitable width, grade, and so forth to allow for second dwellings. These lots are down past the area that is paved. So the area of Eel Point Road that is paved, I believe, is in excess of 20 feet in width of pavement. As you get down to these lots, it does narrow down. You're in the area of the gravel road, but it is in excess of the 60, I believe it's at least 16 feet with the areas cleared further in width. That's the gist of the application. We're seeking to release that original covenant, which limits the lots to no second dwellings. And the alternative too, in addition, we're also asking the board to make a finding essentially as part of that original subdivision that Eel Point Road has been in fact over time been upgraded in compliance with secondary dwelling requirements. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Paul, I worry about erosion down there. Have you been, we're now asking people just to tell us where they stand, if they've been to the Concom yet, or?
Well, there's nothing proposed at this point on the property, but I have done, oddly enough, Judith, this property actually has accreted. The shoreline in this area has accreted, while the coastal bank has receded somewhat since the 80s. The shoreline itself has accreted, and the lot area is actually greater now than it was when these lots were created in 1988. But these lots would be subject to the 50-foot no-build requirement of the planning board from the top of the coastal bank. It does not, the erosion rate is not such that it goes to the next level, which is a 100-foot setback.
Right.
But any work that would be proposed on these lots would have to be in excess of 50 feet from the coastal bank. And there's, under this proposal, there's obviously no work proposed. We're simply looking right now to have the ability to put second dwellings on the parcel.
Well, I appreciate that. I just have to say, in my heart of hearts, I worry about anybody who's buying property in areas that are subject to swing from, I mean, that's not my lookout, that's their doing, but I really worry about that. So
I will say that the property to the west did have permitted and has constructed a soft solution, if you will, to the erosion, and there is that's been permitted over the last few years. I'm assuming the intent here would be to do something similar and extend that. But as of right now, there is still sufficient area on the lot and sufficient area above the 50-foot setback to construct these lots. I mean, the lots are very deep. They're almost 500, 600 feet to the shoreline from Eel Point Road. And the current dwellings that are actually on the lots themselves are actually located quite a ways away from the eroding bank.
Okay, questions from anybody else on the board, and then we'll go take comments from the public.
Yeah, Judith, hi, sorry.
Yeah.
This is classic, this little application, or actually request, or Form J. This is reminding me of the Low Beach, Canterbury, 1973.
Right.
But anyway, so Paul's right about everything he said, and I'm trying to think if Leslie remembers this. I know Arthur was the representative. There was an agreement we made with, I believe it was 139 Eel Point, where we got a gift from them to never improve Eel Point Road. Now, when I use the word improve, I think you know what I'm talking about. I just don't remember what the deal was with that, but we did do something to that effect. And back then, everything was like, fix the road for one house. I mean, it was going on when I got on the board, and I was like out of my tree over it, because it was like, this isn't what people want, yet we're forcing someone to fix something that they don't want fixed just for one house. So, you know, this is sort of something that I think as a board, and anyone that hasn't seen something like this come along, we should look at it as we've come a long way in not doing what the people don't want out there. And in other places, like we did with Squam, we did it out there. We kept that road the way it is, but it took some serious doing to do that. I made a comment 12 years ago or so that we'll have a paved bike path on Eel Point Road, but we'll never have a paved road. And I'll bet you money that happens.
That's so interesting.
It's just backwards, but it's what the right thing is out here. You know what I mean, Judith? I mean, it just is. You got Lavender Lane paved out there, and that's all that's ever going to happen. So I would agree with what they're trying to do and be in favor of it myself. So,
Campbell, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just had a question on, because I know originally it was only to be one dwelling per lot. I remember back then the idea that Eel Point would be rural. So I'm wondering, does this just change it to being able to have a secondary, or are we looking at a tertiary possibly, or can we restrict a tertiary and just allow the secondary? Like, how many dwellings are actually possible if we just do away with the current restriction? Is it 3 or just 2?
Paul, you want to comment, or maybe?
Well, the current restriction, Campbell, says that that'll be the construction subdivision plan shall be limited to construction of one dwelling on each lot. We're looking to have that released. You can condition that to be that if that's released, that you are allowing a secondary dwelling, and you could limit it to no tertiary dwelling. I mean, that's right now, it's a single family dwelling. That's all it is. I mean,
right.
So, I mean, I think there's a garage out there right now, but that's not, it didn't say you couldn't have multiple structures. It just says you could only have one dwelling. Under that, a secondary dwelling was a dwelling, and a tertiary dwelling is a dwelling. So we're simply asking to have that released, and you can condition that however you would, that the board sees fit.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Megan, do you see any? Fritz, your hand up? Fritz, did you have a hand up? You're unmute.
I'm sorry, are you looking for questions or comments? Question?
Either just, and then we'll go to the public.
Okay, and I just had one question because I didn't hear what Nat, the word said. So I didn't know whether he said, I am in favor of it or I'm not in favor of it.
I am in favor of this release, of this lifting of this restriction.
Okay.
It's kind of a housekeeping situation.
Well, I don't know. I think of it as more than housekeeping, but maybe you were on the board. I don't know who was on the board at the time. But I kind of view this as this is a rural type area, and obviously an area in which the property has become immensely more valuable. There was a reason why the planning board or this board back 32 years ago said only one dwelling. And what my fear is that this is simply asking for a release of that covenant and that requirement so that they can enhance the value of the property and probably sell one of them at a very large profit with secondary dwellings, maybe tertiary dwellings, and maybe a swimming pool. And I'm not sure I'm there as to why we should reverse what the planning board decided to do, this board decided to do some time ago. So that's where I am.
To follow up on that, and then I think I see Dave, Leslie, your hand's up. Could you clarify what discretion we have on this?
I mean, you have complete discretion, but I think it's important to put the prior restriction into context. I mean, the board required back in 1984, is that 88?
88.
That an approval required subdivision happened because Ill Point Road did not have adequate width, grade, and construction for an A&R endorsement. And now that it does, you know, the restriction on the number of dwelling units was most likely tied to the fact that there wasn't adequate access. And now there is. And most of the properties out in the Ill Point Road area do have secondary dwellings. Some don't, but I think it would be very restrictive to continue that when the access problem no longer exists.
Thank you. Dave, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I usually don't disagree with Fritz, but they already have a pool. At least one of them does. And I guess it doesn't really matter, Paul, but right now they're treating this 2 lots as one piece of property, correct?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's actually been transferred out of, it was Snowden owned it for years. They operated it as one property. It has been transferred out of their ownership. So it's always been 2 lots. It's always been assessed.
Oh, no, I know that.
Snowden just occupied it as one.
So, but, and back to the real point here is, if you look around, everyone's got at least two dwellings on all the properties surrounding them. So to hold these guys hostage, I just don't think is right. As much as I don't like secondary dwellings, I think the cat's out of the bag, and I just don't think it's fair to hold these people to a certain standard when everyone around them has not been held to that same standard.
Yeah. I think, and to Fritz, to your point, the 88 subdivision was a completely, the only reason why they went through that process was because of Eel Point Road access. That was the issue in 88, was how the planning board viewed Eel Point Road. So,
yeah.
I think I see.
And also, Madam Chair, I think with these.
Just a minute, I was seeing David Callahan Campbell and then John.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the house next door has a second dwelling on the outside of the going east on Hill Point Road. I think it's time to change the restriction on this, but I do get a kick out of it because 119R Yellow Point Road already has 2 dwellings on it, and there's a garage apartment there. So I don't know how they got that, but I think holding it to, the old standard, I don't think applies today. Times change.
Campbell, then John.
Well, of course, I'd like to agree with Fritz. I think that the board made a decision a long time ago trying to preserve something in this area. But I really would like to see a restriction to just a secondary. I think along that road, as you head out that way, not every property has secondary lots on the ocean side. On the other side, there seems to be a little more overdevelopment of some parcels of land that are having secondaries and tertiaries that aren't even blending with the environment, but nonetheless, that I guess I still want to support a rural look, and feel that a secondary dwelling is probably the maximum that should go.
John Trudell.
Yeah, this is interesting. You're really looking at almost 2 acres per lot. We're not looking for a subdivision. It's already subdivided. There are buildings on there also. There are two dwellings, as David mentioned, already on the one. It already has a pool, so they have a pool, a house, a secondary dwelling, we can call it, with the garage and the apartment. So that's really not going to get improved too much. If they have the ground cover, they can do something with the ground cover and additions. But when you look at the other 119R, it already has a large structure there. They can add a pool there. And I think by limiting them to one dwelling, what they would do is they'd create, with that extra ground cover, they'd create a massive building. And I kind of like the idea to maybe break it up into a secondary dwelling and a main house. I do like the idea of restricting it without a tertiary. I don't think it really would affect these particular owners with the tertiary anyway, because the restriction with the tertiary to be a year-round resident, these are generally, as we know, there are a few year-round residents out there in those properties. They're more of a summer vacation, and I think it would be okay for the area now. And if you look 32 years ago, a lot has changed, zoning's changed, roads have changed. So I'm not opposed to this. I would, I don't think even the owners would be opposed if we put a restriction to just allow a second dwelling. So anyway, I'm in favor of lifting.
Madam Chair, can I just add a couple things? There was a couple things brought up by, I don't know, everybody, actually, I think. Linda Loring's property, back in the day, that was all buildable. I think David brought that up. When I first started, with my real job, 1987, the last house was at the end of the pavement there. That was it. All the places that I worked at, including this house, when it was new, are getting, I hate to say it, improved. Whatever the word you want to use, that's what's happening. But the catch is, it's LUG2. These lots are not like 100,000 square feet where they have extra ground cover. They pretty much have 4% of 81, 82,000. The other issue is, don't forget, if you have a tertiary, somebody's got to live in it year round. So some of these trophy lots don't have tertiaries for that reason. So they kind of limit themselves in the case of that, but they can still have an outbuilding or some other building that's from above the ground and don't look any different. So I see this area as already, it's never going to be lug one. You heard Nat Lowell say that out loud here on TV. It's never going to be lug one. It sort of is what it is, and that's what's going to happen out here. And it's already restricted. I mean, all that land's gobbled up in conservation. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is an old thing. We were thinking differently back then, like I was trying to explain to you guys. We argued about Millbrook Road getting improved with one house. I sat there and I couldn't believe my ears. So we don't even talk about that stuff today. So we're in a lot better shape now than you think. It just doesn't seem that way when we keep adding, but nobody was talking about second dwellings like they do today back then. So people were giving that up. Deer run estates, no second dwellings for 30 years. See what I mean? So it's complicated when you look back at what we were doing then. So anyway.
Megan and Leslie, if I could just ask for the benefit of the board, what's the standard of review here? How many votes are needed to approve the request?
It's a subdivision, so only 3.
Okay, thank you. Megan, do we have anybody out there in TV land that wants to talk to us?
We do. We have Emily Molden.
All right.
Emily?
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Madam Chair. I was originally going to comment to ask for a little bit more information about the history of this permit, realizing that it is such an old one, but I appreciate some of the additional background that Leslie gave and some of the additional discussion the board has had. I think that it's just really important, even looking at these super old permits, when you're talking about just removing a condition that was clearly placed for a specific purpose, to really make sure that the justification and understanding of why the board originally placed the condition on the permit was there in the first place before just voting to remove it. So I appreciate the background and additional discussion and thoroughness of the board. Thank you.
Anybody else? Megan? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
John moves, Nat seconds, roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Okay, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair, to approve the modification to eliminate condition number 11. I'd also put a restriction that each of the lots will only be allowed to have a second dwelling, no tertiary. Also, to approve the modification, I think we have to note that Eel Point Road is sufficient width, suitable grade, and also construction to provide for vehicle access. And modification is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw. So I think that should be about it.
Second.
So John moved, Dave seconded. Are you ready to vote? Further discussion? Okay, John,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
No.
Judith, no. But it passes.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I think we also have to make another
we have a
motion to follow.
Yes.
And that is make a motion
ahead.
to
Form J.
approve the release of the covenant, Form J.
Yes. Do you want to make that motion, Judd?
I did.
You did?
I'll second.
John moved, Nat seconded to
Yeah.
remove the Form J constraints and allow the repayment of any pending money. Is that the thrust of what we're doing there?
We're just releasing lots from the covenant.
Okay, just releasing lots. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, John moved, Nat seconded, ready for roll call. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave Iverson, Fritz,
No.
Judith, aye. Okay. Next one, PLSP 2020-08-60 Gray Lady Marine, MCD amendment number 213 Arrowhead Drive. This wasn't continued, was it, Megan?
No, this is a brand new application.
Okay, you want to tell us about it?
If you don't mind, everything in the staff report remains the same. Rick Burdette is here representing the applicant. He might be better versed in giving you a detailed overview.
Rick, would you like to speak then, please?
Sure. Thank you, Madam
After
Chair.
waiting long enough.
It's been interesting to sit here, believe me. I appreciate all your efforts. Thanks for having me. Rick Burdette for the applicant, 13 Arrowhead Nominee Trust. I'm also here with Dan Malloy, is the engineer on the project. The property is 13 Arrowhead Drive. It's in the RC zoning district. As Megan mentioned, we are seeking, and it's a new application, but we're seeking an amendment to an already existing MCD special permit at 13 Arrowhead Drive. This was the Gray Lady Marine MCD special permit. You might remember from last month that you recently approved an A&R for this property, creating 2 lots. Sorry. Creating 2 lots. Lot 2 is a 26,000 square foot lot that is mostly vacant, but has a small shop on it. Used to house mostly boat storage when Gray Lady Marine was there. And then lot 1 is a 26,000 square foot lot, roughly, which has a 5,700 square foot commercial structure on it, a number of bays, office space, an apartment, and a small retail space that housed the Gray Lady Marine retail. The applicant is a contract purchaser and is seeking really just to change the uses on the site. There's currently the commercial building that I just mentioned. It's a 4-bay garage. It used to have the Gray Lady Marine service, sales, and boat repair facility. Now that it's vacant, the applicant is proposing, first and foremost, with this board, to release lot 2 from the MCD special permit. They aren't sure what they're going to do with lot 2 yet, but whatever they do with it will either completely comply with zoning without the need for any kind of special permit, or they will come back to this board for a special permit. And then in addition, they want to be able to change the uses on lot 1. It's currently just used for and permitted for a maritime service station. And you will notice in the application, we listed a number of proposed uses, and that was intentionally vague because they're not exactly sure who's going to lease these spaces. The proposal is to lease these spaces individually. And I'll go through some of these uses here just to remind the board. But what we listed was contractor shop, landscape contractor, light manufacturing, food processing, interior, exterior storage and warehousing, motor vehicle sales and rentals, taxi cab business, bicycle rentals and sales, motor vehicle repair and painting, car wash, maritime service station, which I think is already approved. And so, what we did in that event is we really just tried to, come up with some natural uses for this area, some industrial uses for this area. But, so, if the board wants or thinks it's necessary to whittle that down, I think that's probably fine. I think that what we really immediately envision for this space isn't a taxi cab business. That was more just to keep the options open. What we envision is really just kind of light manufacturing, a guy who builds cabinets, a contractor, maybe a small landscape contractor. We would like to keep open the possibility of the maritime service station use in case there's, one of these bays that someone wants to lease, to repair boats or boat engines, something like that. And I did notice in the staff report, staff mentioned that some of the uses require a separate special permit due to their location. And I think if the board is inclined, I think those uses, by the way, our maritime service station is one of them, which it's already approved for. The others are motor vehicle repair and painting and car wash. Again, I mean, those are uses that it's not what we really envision here. So the board could certainly do away with those uses if you don't, think it fits the site. But again, our primary purpose here is really just to change the use on site to allow us to utilize it and not have it be a maritime service station in total, but maybe just to have that as a potential use. You'll notice on Dan's plan that we've provided 14 parking spaces. We were required 9, which is a calculation based on the square footage of the building. And then the 1-bedroom apartment requires one space as well. I think that Mr. Pesci had a number of comments. I think I addressed some of them, or our office addressed some of them while I was away on vacation last week. But I can go through some of Mr. Pesci's comments that are in your staff report and just because he had a number of questions. We were seeking to eliminate a number of, if you'll see in your packet, a lot of the what I would call obsolete restrictions, or sorry, conditions in the original special permit. And what I mean by obsolete is those related to it being, a boatyard. But Mr. Pesci actually asked a couple of pretty good questions that made me realize that they're not all obsolete. So I'll just go through these really quickly for you guys. He mentioned some of the conditions.
Rick, before you
Sure.
go fully there, I think we've got a question whether it's going to be good enough to have you orally offer comments here, or whether we're going to need something fleshed out, more detail that Ed can review. So before you launch here, I just want to put that on the table, because I think that, at least in my mind, I'm not going to be comfortable with approving something based on oral comments without having Ed have another look at it. But that's just one person's view.
Yeah, and I wouldn't ask you to, really. I just kind of wanted to address them.
Okay, well,
I don't need to. We did address them in writing.
I just didn't want you to be caught by surprise when I say that later.
No, I appreciate that. Sure. So we did address some of these in writing to Ed, and we haven't heard back from him yet. I think ultimately Dan and Ed have to have a conversation at the very least, and obviously we need to hear, we meaning all of us here on this call, need to hear back from Ed that he's satisfied, obviously. But he asked if the sewer connections were made, because the original permit required sewer connections, and of course those have been made. There were improvements required under the original special permit that had to be made to Hinsdale Road. It had to be paved. Those were made. He asked, is washing to continue? And what he means by that is the boat washing. There is a separate interior boat washing facility and separate conditions related to that. And that's what I mean when I say he asked a good question, and because if we are going to have someone come in to rent one of these spaces that would use it for boats, then yeah, boat washing would probably continue. So I think that those conditions related to washing should probably stay, and those are related to reporting to the planning board about service of the facility and a certain facility being installed, which it has been. But they do want to keep that possibility open, that they'd still be able to wash boats there. He asked if Gray Lady Marine is still a hazardous waste generator. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't even know if it still exists. I don't know if that's relevant. We don't plan any boat storage, which is one of the questions he had. The hours we mentioned to Ed proposed would be 7 to 7 working hours. He also mentioned accessible parking spaces. We didn't have any on the plan, and we can certainly add some. I don't know, there is a retail component here. There's a small retail space. If it is ever used for retail, obviously be open to the public, and we should probably have a space. So we can certainly add that to the plan. And he asked if there are social events still planned. There was a connection to the Great Harbor Yacht Club, which doesn't exist anymore, obviously. And so, no, the answer is no. There's no public events planned. So, so the only other thing I just wanted to mention, I think Dan will maybe go through the drainage, is related to our drainage request, which is a little bit out of the ordinary for what we typically request for an MCD. So for the existing MCD, the drainage for this, the system for this property as a whole is entirely on lot 2. So, and again, we want to release lot 2 from the MCD. What Dan has done is prepared a new drainage system wholly on lot 1 just to service this building that we now want to use. And so we requested on a temporary basis that we're able to use the space if the board sees fit to approve this amendment, that we're able to use the drainage on lot 2 temporarily until we come in for a special permit or until we have another use on lot 2 that, you know, needs drainage. And that would just be, you know, again, on a temporary basis. The last thing I just wanted to mention is that, as I said, you approved an A&R. It's going up to the land court. The Mylar's on my desk. It'll get up there probably this week. But it technically isn't approved yet. So for that reason, I think, I don't know if this is necessary, but we asked for it anyway. You know, I think we technically need a second curb cut access approval because it's technically one lot still. So again, that's on a temporary basis. Once the land court approves the lot, we'll just have one entrance per lot, as we ordinarily would. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. And Dan, I don't know if Dan wants to go through any of the drainage or just wants to wait for questions from you guys.
Before we do more of that, I'd like to just open the public hearing so people are aware if they would like to speak that they should get ready to use the little hand and let Megan be aware that they're out there and would like to speak. Okay, Dan, again, I don't know what others say, but just for me, I'm finding this not very functional because it's very hypothetical without having more information that's concrete information. But unless anybody objects, it's a matter of courtesy, given how long you've waited, we'll let you go on and keep telling us things, and I suspect we'll be seeing you again. Dan?
Yeah, I'll make it very brief. So we were involved in the design of this whole site back when it was first built back around 2008, 2009. And at that point in time, it did have a big washdown system for boats, which is what the big concrete pad is for out front of the building. And inside the building is so I'm only bringing this up mostly because you've had similar discussions recently with the car wash. So this has a very sophisticated system already built into it, which you use to power wash the boats. It's got cleaning systems components into it, and it already has the drainage system outside the site to accommodate those facilities. So the only thing that's changing from a drainage standpoint is the location of the underground, all the plastic chambers that everybody's seen all over the island. The plastic chambers that go underground that infiltrate the stormwater would eventually move from lot 2 to lot 1. Other than that, the treatment system's already there. Everything's already approved. So the basics of the system's already in place. So that will make it much easier for Ed to review. Once he understands what uses are there, there's very little for him to actually have to deal with.
Okay, Rick, did you want to say something else?
No. Happy to answer
Hey.
any questions you guys have.
Let's see from the board, Megan.
I just wanted to bring up one point just for clarity sake. The use of the car, the reason why I called that out in the staff report was just because it was not a waiver that was advertised. So if that's something that's going to be pursued, we're going to have to re-advertise with that specific bylaw.
Thank
So
And you
that
mean
should
the
be determined
car
today.
repair?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and that's why, just so the board knows, that's why I said, I specifically raised that that isn't our vision for it. I mean, those were certain uses that we added that, are either allowed by special permit or as of right in the zoning district. So, we're happy to eliminate that use or any use like it that would, would require re-advertising.
Hey, members of the board, do you have questions?
Just to comment, Judith.
Yeah.
I don't want to harp on it too much, but just a few notes that I've made. Number one, we're waiting for the land court approval. Number two, we're asking for the use of the wastewater as a temporary basis. Number three, there's a curb cut variant or waiver that we need right now, but we won't need later if it goes to the land court. And then use, it's so broad right now, we don't really have a clear definition, and it is a contract sale, so maybe there is an intended use we just don't know about yet. And just for those, things that are up in the air, I would I agree with you that there's just not enough information to go on right now.
Thank you, John. Other comments, Nat?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is another odd situation where we're sort of looking to unwind an old set of conditions, but keep a lot of the built-in, infrastructure that's not outdated for reuse in a future use, which I think we all need to kind of like take a step back and look at that. This is something we don't see often. This is not something old and outdated, but the applicant does need to figure out how to, I don't know if the right word is reapply or kind of break it out into different parts so that we all, like what Dan just said is true. That's cement. I've been over there a few times and it's pretty modern. I mean, it's fancy. It certainly doesn't need to be, I mean, if you were building something like that now, somebody could walk right in there and do the same thing. So I don't know what the answer is, but they're going to have to, come back with something that we can all understand. But at the same time, this is not something that is getting blown up and starting from scratch. So that would be my point to say about it.
Fritz?
I think I agree with John. I mean, there's too much up in the air, so.
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm just not comfortable with such a broad range of usages. I think I would like to see that narrowed down a little bit. And yeah, I think we're just early in this. I just don't think we should be making decisions until things are a little more certain.
Let's see, Campbell?
Yeah, so I just have one, agree with what everyone's been saying, but is this regarding just the uses at lot 1 and the removal of lot 2 from the MCD? Is that a separate issue or are they all wrapped together?
Megan, can you answer that?
Rick can elaborate further, but in my analysis, it seemed to be wrapped together to
Okay.
release the part and expand on the uses in another part under the same permit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to be clear, I mean, it's sort of a two-part two-part request. I mean, the first request is to remove lot 2. There's nothing on it, and we don't know what it's going to be used for. That's the first request. The second request, of course, related to that, but slightly different, is to approve certain uses for the building that already exists on lot 2.
Okay, and that, excuse me, Madam Chair,
Yes.
that is what's going through the land court. Is the division of that property?
Yes.
Division of lot 1 and lot 2 is what's going through land court right now?
Yeah, so it's already been, sorry to answer, Madam Chair, through you, of course.
Yes.
So it's the board approved an A&R division, and just by virtue of the fact that it's registered land, it can't be, it doesn't have actual lot numbers yet. So it has to go to the land court to assign lot numbers, and they'll review Dan's plan, etc. So they might ask for little tweaks in the plan, and then we'd come back to you guys to endorse it differently. That's about it. I mean, it's not really an approval process. It's more of just a process. So,
Right,
but it can take months, and
I was just, if there was a way to pull the two pieces of this apart so that one could go forward and the other one that needed more consideration on lot 1 and new uses, et cetera, could be a different, do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I do.
That's what I was just to.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And then, but it's, as far as we're concerned, it's not necessary. Just because we don't, we're not in a particular rush for one or the other than to be approved to have the uses. So I guess that's more important. But I think they kind of go hand in hand anyway.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, other members of the board with questions. Otherwise, Megan, is there anybody who wants to speak at the hearing?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, are we ready to close the public hearing? Or do you want?
Do we want to continue this?
Yeah.
Or?
Well, let's talk about that first then. Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to approve it, I don't mind you closing the public hearing, of course, but I'm getting the sense from the board members that they would like us to kind of whittle down the uses at the very least, and give you a clearer proposal on exactly, or hopefully near exact terms of what we're going to do in this building. And I think, which, I can whittle down pretty clear right now, but I think, given that I think you want to hear from Ed as well, it would probably make sense for us to do it all at once.
I think you're reading that correctly. For my mind, it's premature because that isn't adequately resolved yet. So especially in an area like that where there's environmental sensitivity to some of the uses, we really need to be paying close attention to that. And I can appreciate from a client's point of view, they would like to be out from under and free to go whichever way they want. But I don't think we can reach an adequate, informed and careful decision without having more. And truly, I thought Ed's comments were pretty significant, that we really needed answers to those kinds of questions before. And I know you've given us a number of your thoughts on that tonight, Rick, and I appreciate that, and Dan as well. But I think we probably really need to continue, unless I'm misreading the board.
Hi, buzzing around me. How are you doing? I should put on the.
Okay.
I agree, Judith.
Is there a
Madam
motion?
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Rick, would you be looking to continue to next month, or would you need a little bit more time? It sounds like the land court is backed up a little bit. There's still some unanswered questions, uses and things like that. Would it be advantageous to continue it to the November meeting?
Well, I appreciate the question, John. I think we'd probably want to just continue to October. And just so the board is clear, under no circumstances will the land court process be done before we're ready to get to a decision. I mean, I think we can answer all of your questions.
Right.
And the land court process is really, again, I don't mean to minimize it. I hope there's no one from the land court watching, but it's a non-event. I mean, it's just, I mentioned it only because we're kind of in the middle of that process. And at least for the time being, technically we need two curb cuts on one lot. But again, it'll just kind of go away once the land court stamps the plan. So, but I think,
I can
sorry.
see that we can continue it, but I just want you to know we've got a very heavy meeting in October. So unless you want to be here late into the evening, just be aware of that, because you've seen some of the coming attractions tonight with Fairgrounds. We have Marble Way. We have a couple of others, each of which is likely to take an hour or more than an hour. So we don't want to make it harder on you. We just want to give you a reasonable forecast of the reality there. So if you have any doubt, don't hesitate to say you want to take the added time, but we can continue it now. Is there a motion to continue this to October?
Yeah, I think if I may, I think this is, and again, I'm not trying to belabor this, but I think these are going to be pretty quick answers we can address with Ed. And, I feel really confident that we can whittle down our uses and maybe get to a place where the board is comfortable next meeting. And I've got Marble Way, so I'm going to be here anyway.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Well, of course, I knew we were missing something from you tonight.
Well, Madam Chair,
What do you
I'll
want
make
to
a
take
motion.
first? John moves, and who seconds?
I'll second.
Fritz seconds to continue until October the 26th.
Correct.
Roll call. John.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay.
Thanks a bunch, guys.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do you have any more tonight, Rick? Next
No.
up.
Blissfully out of here. Good luck.
BLSP 2020-8-61 Nantucket Golf Club MCD Amendment 15 250 Milestone Road.
So for this one, the applicant's requesting to modify their existing MCD to reallocate some space, expand on their snack bar, increase the patio to accommodate seating in response to COVID and social distancing. I know Sarah Alger is here, as well as Tom Brissett and Leo representing the applicant. So I'm sure they've prepared a much more eloquent speech than that.
Well,
I wouldn't count on it.
Sarah, you've been waiting a long time.
That's all right. I think I'll let Leo take the lead here. Leo and Tom.
Right. Leo, she nominated you, so.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, there you go.
Take it away.
Madam Chair, this is Tom Brissett. How are you?
Good. Thanks for being with us.
I'm sure Leo and Sarah will add in. I'll just kind of give you a quick synopsis of our proposal. But before I do that, I just want to say I'm thoroughly impressed. I've been on since 4, and it involved being on. I was off island. I stayed on the ferry ride back, and I'm just impressed with your stamina and all of your hard work, everyone involved. So thank you for what you do, because it certainly isn't easy. I've been listening to it for almost 5 hours, so you guys are good.
Well, we hope you land safely.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, Yeah, this is basically in a response to the pandemic. We have been a little extra cautious out at the club for a number of reasons, probably mostly because we have a lot of at-risk members, but never opened our clubhouse. We never opened our locker rooms, and we have been focused primarily just on outdoor dining. And our deck out there didn't give us enough space to seat the amount of people they wanted to seat. So we've proposed this project to expand the decking. And we're really want to be more socially distanced than we have to be. I think we're trying to be 10 to 12 feet between tables. And we think that's, even in the future, we think we're going to be doing this for a while, just based on the response from our members. And the snack bar kitchen expansion is really primarily just some of you who play golf will understand this, is just to try to increase the pace of play, because we want to make stuff move through that window in the snack bar, and we just need some more kitchen stuff in there to cook and do hot dogs and burgers for the members when they play. So I think that's in a nutshell. That wasn't very eloquent either, but if Leo or Sarah want to add to that, I'll just mute. But thank you to everyone who is working so hard and staying up these hours to do this.
Thank you. Sarah or Leo, would you like to say anything further?
This is Leo. I don't really have anything that I need to add to that. I just want to bring your attention to the the ground cover table. It's constantly being updated, and it's always a task to bring it up to date, so we're not exceeding our permit requirements.
That's very good of you to do that, and I know everybody appreciates it. Thank you. So are there questions from anybody on the board? Sarah, we're going to save ours about town meetings, and next time you come back, we'll ask you your share. If there's none from the board, Megan, do we have anybody? I don't know if I announced the public hearing on PLSP 2020-08-67 Nantucket Golf Club Amendment number 15 MCD 250 Milestone Road, having to do with their clubhouse and seating and related matters. Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Nat moved, Fritz seconded, roll call vote. Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the request for the snack bar and the deck with staff recommendations. Or staff findings, sorry. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
John seconds. Ready to vote? Nat?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Judith? Aye. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
We're sorry to
Thank
keep
you,
so
Sarah.
long for so little.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
It's
very
always
much.
a learning experience. It's never a waste of time.
You're always very diplomatic. Okay, PLSP 2020-08-68, Jason Zinser, 6 Equator Drive. I'm going to open the public hearing at the same time as we start to hear about this. This is one, Megan, I believe that you corrected square footage.
Yeah, it's a rather significant correction. The initial thought was that the application is to allow for a waiver of the required 650 square feet for the tertiary dwelling. The applicant's requesting an increase of that 650 square feet. Initially, the plan, it looked to be 896. I had spoken with the applicant this morning, and when you subtract the actual framework and concrete walls and what's going to be used as utility storage, which does not apply towards gross floor area, nor does laundry facilities by definition, the actual increase is only going to be between 50 to 100 square feet. So that's rather a significant point to clarify. Other than that, it's a standard tertiary dwelling approval.
Okay. Anybody with a question about this? You want to ask?
And I do see the applicant here on the call.
Who is the Mr.
Jason.
Zinser.
Mhm.
Hello, Mr. Zinser. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to say that we agree with all the conditions that are in the staff report, and it basically is, as Megan said, we're about 50 to 100 square feet above what would normally be approved, and that's all we're asking for.
Okay, board members, any questions or comments?
Only comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
I do remember this property, and there was a new construction of the garage, and knowing, that it would be used for tertiary dwelling, I usually when something is newly constructed, we're really strict about holding to the 650 that was increased from the 500, and I just see that if that was going to be the case, then it really should have been built in accordance to what it was going to be used for. A lot of times, if we're looking at a tertiary dwelling from an existing building that has been there for 30 years, we make kind of some exceptions to it. But this was a new structure, and I'm just curious as to how, this might open up a precedent for somebody to say, let me build first and then request later. Because it is a new one. And that's my only point I'm bringing up for discussion.
Mr. Zinser, would you like to comment on that?
Sure. Our original intention was never to use this basement as we built underneath the garage as an apartment. We were just going to use it for storage for our tools and things that we use for our own business, and that's where it was going to stay. And then it dawned on me that we could turn this into a legal third dwelling. So that's where we're at now. And instead of constructing another dwelling on the property, we figured we would just use this space that's provided basically underneath our garage to provide a third dwelling on the property. And we actually do have people that are going to take it on a year-round basis. So we thought it was a good use of that space.
But I think, just so you're clear, you understand John's point. It's not that you're making it available year round. It's that we're trying to be even-handed in the size and scale of units like this. And if we start chipping away at readily allowing creeping size increases, we've had occasions in the past where we've turned things down because they were too big comparatively, or said that there had to be some constraint put in effect on the property. Isn't that kind of where you were going, John?
Yeah, I just remember there was one applicant on Gregland. He had to come back 2 or 3 different times from a plan for a new construction, and we really hammered him. There was another one on South Shore Road that it was existing, and we found it, that it was acceptable because it was a little over it, but it was existing for 20 some odd years. It's a case by case, but I'm just worried that someone's going to get, this is going to be a nice way around to get a larger unit for tertiary when we can just, build something that's legal, and then later on make an allowance to say, we're over, sorry. And I know it's not a lot, but if you take, now we whittled that down with the utility space to where it's, manageable at 702 to 752 square feet. But it's still significant. We went from a 500 to a 650, and now we're looking at potentially up to 752. I just think it opens up some, possibilities for future people to really kind of buck the system.
Mr. Zinsser, are there any ways you could limit access to parts of the space there by blocking it off so that it does comply?
Well, of course we could do that. I mean, it would just be basically adding a larger utility room and thereby taking away from a larger living room where there would be a 2-bedroom unit. And it, in my mind, it kind of doesn't make sense. We're doing the best we can with the space we have that's basically below a building that already exists, rather than
I'm afraid
building another small. So I think it's a reasonable get on that property. I'm only asking for 52 square feet more. I understand now that this went up from 500 to 650. I was not aware of that until right now. So I appreciate what has transpired since then. And I can understand the concerns of the board over the ground cover growing for something like that. But, this is where we're at with this piece of property, and it makes most sense to use what we have there. And in fact, it will be 752 square feet without adding another piece, another building on the property, and using what we have.
Other members of the board like to speak to this? Campbell?
Yeah, I'd just like to support what John said. I think we've had not a lot, but I can think of several tertiary cases that have come up where they were asking for, 50 to 100 more square feet. And we were pretty adamant that the tertiary is it in and of itself is a defined entity of 650 square feet, and I think goes to year-round tenant or something like that. And I would just like to see us try to stay within the parameters that have been set for the tertiary, so that every single one that comes up doesn't keep stretching that envelope unless we're really willing to look at redefining the tertiary. I also think it should still have some percentage of differentiation in size from your primary and your secondary. But I thought that when the secondary and tertiary were going to be the same size. And, we've done it for people who are doing employee housing, and we've said, no, 650 square feet is it. I think we should really try to stick to that. I think if it's a utility room, put a laundry in it. I think there's a way to work with the square footage given for the tertiary. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other members of the board, Megan, you look like either you want to say something or there's somebody who'd like to speak.
Judith, I might as well chime in on this just for a
Okay.
second. The
Yeah.
500 got brought up, or the 550, whatever the original was, I forgot. I thought it was 550, but I could be wrong. But anyway, when this all started, we knew that we would have a lot of existing structures coming in to be a tertiary that you got to give a waiver because it's already built. But that said, that is what happened. And then we, as a board, I don't remember what year it was now, 3-4 years ago, maybe, we realized that it was very difficult to build something that small, like say a garage apartment. The typical garage apartment, which I'm sitting in right now, brand new, my own house, is about 650 with the typical 26 by 28 garage sort of box. Basements are similar, where you're sort of building a basement to whatever your house is or whatever this gentleman did. They're not thinking about that. I do agree, though, that the precedent definitely a new build standalone structure cannot be different than 650 unless we change the bylaw. That's different. But when it comes to these basement ones, which by the way, cost the owner a lot of money to make that legal with access and fire stuff and everything else. It isn't like they're just putting a kitchen in the basement and have a good day. There's a lot of money involved in that. It's definitely a questionable thing. It's not the same as having some building that you've had for 25 years that we're giving a waiver to. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the change at the 702 to 752, but I think it's something that John is bringing up as a point of concern, not necessarily a denial type of thing, but we have to watch these things. They don't come in very often. And think of what the applicant is doing to make this legal is not that easy. He's going to find that out. It's not as simple as it looks, but it's a noble effort. So he can certainly reduce it by doing something. It's not like he can't do it. It's just, do we allow it or not? I'm fine with it, but I understand the points, and I think we pretty much stick with our bylaw, when it's the right thing. So that's my little spiel. Thank you.
Thank you. Others on the board, Fritz, Dave Callahan.
Fritz, I agree with John. I mean, I understand it's built, but I don't see any reason why the interior space can't be reduced so that it meets the 650.
Dave Iverson.
I agree. I mean, I feel for him, but I just think we'd be setting a bad precedent, and he just unfortunately is going to have to make his mechanical room a little bigger. I think that if we vote yes on this, we are going to see them flooding in. So that's my fear.
Dave Callahan or Stephen Welch, if you had comments, you're welcome.
Yeah, I agree that this should probably not be approved because of its size, but I can remember approving one in the past because it had a condition on it that it was affordable, that the Nantucket Housing Authority did. So I would approve it as is if there was an affordable covenant to it. I think that's another compromise to it.
Stephen Welch, are you still there? No.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh.
No, I get the on principle with respect to the square footage. I also kind of agree with Nat. And then the other side of it is, if it's a small amount of an increase and we're basically looking at the restriction that this is a year-round housing, 50 square feet is 50 square feet that somebody who's year-round could certainly use. So, and I also agree that if, not to speak out of both sides, but for new dwellings, if there's a standard, maybe we look at that in the zoning bylaw, where existing is one criteria and new dwellings, new construction is another, because it might help make it clear to people that there may be the extenuating circumstance on the square footage is an existing structure, where new construction is held to a stricter standard. Thank you.
Campbell.
I just wanted to remind the board that this is new construction. This came in, the secondary permit for this came in front of the board in the last year, I believe, maybe 2 years, but this is a new construction. It's not, it's existing now, but it's new. So just as a reminder.
Okay, Megan, is there anybody out there for hearing?
There's not anyone with their hand raised.
Then would someone move to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
That was Fritz and Nat seconded. Roll call, Fritz,
No.
Nat. You
Aye.
don't want to close the hearing?
I'll close the hearing. I'm sorry.
Just
Yeah,
to close the public hearing.
sorry.
Okay. I'm just
Yeah.
checking, we're all still here, okay. So the motion is close the public hearing. You vote yes to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Now on the merits.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just for clarification, I'm not opposed to the tertiary dwelling. I just think we should limit it to the 650 square feet. I don't want to, by creating the motion and having it potentially denied, I don't want to, say that. I agree, that if he's willing to make it, to adhere to what our bylaws are to the 650 square feet, I would agree with this.
Would you like to make a motion to that effect?
Sure. With all the staff recommendations, contrary to having it be limited to 650 square feet, I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Let me be sure I understand that. So
Yeah.
He means one. He means change.
Leslie?
He means,
Yeah.
he means change condition 1. This is what he's saying.
I had a feeling it was something like that. So approve, provided that the usable space is limited to no more than 650 square feet. Is that right?
That's my intent, but maybe Leslie wants to add to that.
Megan or Leslie?
So I think
I
there's
was gonna say the same thing.
there's two things here that I think need to happen. One, you can approve a standard tertiary dwelling that you would normally be reviewing for adequacy of access, as long as it doesn't exceed the 650 square feet. But you would be, so that would be one thing that you would do. The other thing is you would deny the special permit to exceed the 650 square feet. Because the whole basis of the special permit is to go over the 650 square feet.
Okay, I think we're all on the same page. It's just how we word it. And it sounds like if there could be a combination of a motion to deny the special permit but approve the standard tertiary dwelling to be 650 square feet. Would that make sense?
I think that was pretty clear.
Okay, well then that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second again.
Okay, ready to vote. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Okay, I think we've got what, one more?
More.
This is PLSP 2020-08-69, Philip and Kathy Waddle, 14B Norwood Street. I guess there's two more.
Two more. We have the applicant here. I'm not sure if he wants to present or if he wants me to present.
I'd be glad to have you do it.
Hi,
Okay.
Mr. Knoll. Thank you for sticking with us so long. It's a long night. We appreciate it.
Yes, well, thank you all very much for your consideration.
So would you like Megan to do a brief
Yes,
summary and then?
I would. I'm very shy.
Okay, well, you're doing great. If you ever decide not to be shy, you've got all the makings of being an extrovert. Megan?
Okay, so the applicant here is requesting a waiver of the 20% size differential between the secondary dwelling and the primary dwelling, just to increase to allow for a mudroom addition. I did want to note to the board that this is part of a housing needs covenant condominium. So the units are in separate ownership, and it should be noted that had the covenant been created through the secondary residential lot, this waiver would not be needed. It's only because it is on one parcel of land that this waiver will be required in order for the applicant to move forward with their mudroom addition.
Okay, everybody understand that?
Housekeeping.
I'm opening the public hearing. If there's anybody who'd like to speak to this matter on 14B Norwood Street, this is your opportunity. Megan, anybody out there?
Nope,
Make
there's
a mo-
there's no one with their hand raised.
I'll make a motion to close.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Fritz. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. What's your pleasure?
Make a motion to approve this request for staff. Well, yeah. Record.
And the
There isn't
findings.
really, there isn't even an approval, I just approve it. Motion
Subject
to
to
approve.
Subject to
It's consistent with the general purpose of the intent of the bylaw.
Great. I'll second Nat's motion.
Okay, ready to vote? Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knoll, for sticking with us, and good luck with that.
And thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you, Al.
PLSP 2020-08-70, Keith Lowry and Vicky R. Kennedy, trustee of Bohem Properties Nominee Trust, 6 Ocala Lane. And I'm going to open the public hearing at this point so people can be aware if they'd like to speak.
So for this, the applicant is requesting a special permit for a second driveway access just to create a horseshoe. There's a large oak tree existing at the foot of their driveway, so the current layout makes it extremely difficult and somewhat unsafe to back out, which is why they're proposing the horseshoe and the second access. Oak Hollow is a narrow dead-end street, and it's a dirt street, which should mitigate any traffic or safety concerns for the access. We do have Jay Maroney here for the applicant if you have any more detailed questions. I did recommend approval based on the standard findings and conditions for a second driveway access.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments? Any member of the public who'd like to speak, then I'll come back to Campbell. Campbell. Campbell.
Oh, I thought you were going to get the other people. So
no, I'm just encouraging them because if they're not ready when we finish with you, we'll close the hearing, I think.
Okay, great. I just wondered as I looked at the plan why they couldn't just do, I guess I'd call it an upside down L, and just keep the one driveway access, because the horseshoe that they're creating, you could just make it so that it doesn't have an exit, but you know how you would drive in and then you could back into the other spot? You see what I mean? Does it make
Sort of a
excuse me, Fritz?
Sort of a T. You go in and you back out, and you turn out, and then you come back. Yeah.
Right, sort of like that. I mean, I think it would be more cost effective and get the same job done. It looks like it has a 2-car parking area, and to just expand that, which was going to go in front of the house to have the horseshoe anyway, you just don't complete the horseshoe. That was my comment on it.
Mr. Maroney, would you like to comment on whether there's options you may have considered or think are advisable to consider?
I think our client just felt that the horseshoe was easier, given just the narrow stretch of the street, and just they mentioned when guests were there that having that parking and not having to juggle cars, that doing the horseshoe was a lot more convenient and easier for them, and they thought, since it's such a narrow dirt road, that would be an acceptable alternative.
Okay, other comments from the board? Megan, anybody in the public?
No.
Anybody willing to move to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Nat moved, Fritz seconded, roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Judith, aye. So what's your pleasure?
I would
I have a
move
comment,
to.
Judith,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Please.
You know, this, I know it's around a dirt road, and here I'm being a naysayer right now, but they're using the oak tree as a reason to allow for a second curb cut for a horseshoe. Because there's already existing driveway. So if you're making the horseshoe, that doesn't tell me you're going to eliminate the use of where the existing driveway is because of the oak tree. Obviously, it's not going to affect the driveway. So I would say, you know, continue to use one driveway curb cut. Just use it where your proposed end of the horseshoe, your new horseshoe is, and like Cam was saying, create a different driveway over there. Because it sounds like if we approve it now, you know, why use that existing driveway if it's creating an issue? We can pretty much eliminate it and keep with the bylaw where we have one curb cut. They're not looking for a second dwelling. If there was a second dwelling or a covenant house or something like that, where there was a second driveway or a second curb cut, yeah, that would make sense. But here they're using the reasoning that it's awkward and dangerous or inconvenient with the tree in the way. So I would say, great, we'll give you another curb cut on the other side of the trees where you have access, and we'll just eliminate the existing one if it's such a problem.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Maroney, is that functional for you?
Well, I think that the problem is that you have another large tree where you're talking about it. So you're still going to you're just shifting the problem down the property, and then you're putting the parking in the front of the house. I think that the issue is that you're backing onto a narrow dirt road coming through with tighter turns, and they're just looking for a little ease of entry and exit from their property on a pretty rural dead end dirt road.
Maybe I'm just looking at a different plan because it's not really a.
Are the trees all shown on the plan?
It's hard to see from the GIS plan which are large trees and which are smaller ones.
I'm looking at I think if you scroll, you might see that there's another plan with a sketch which shows the trees and rhododendron bushes.
Right, but it does show that there's a fairly large opening for that second curb cut that you would be able to, as Cam says, make a T or make an upside down L or make a, well, you know, where it would be plenty of room to pull in and do a K, you know, kind of back up and then pull out. You know, you can create a nice driveway there. But again, you're looking at a sketch plan, so.
Yeah. It's not huge. I mean, I think it's 25 feet to the house. So you're still doing a lot of you're doing multiple point turns to do an L there.
It's just one swing.
Yeah, the house is close to the road at this place, just so you guys know. It's not too far.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to imply, that it's not,
Right.
there's not as much space as you might think. I mean,
But that's.
Let me just try to bring clarity here. It's we've been at it for 5 hours.
Yeah, I have an idea.
So I think we need to decide, is there enough desire on the folks who are going to vote on this to say that they're going to reject the proposal and instead send it for further deliberation for alternative route or something to that effect.
But I was gonna suggest, Madam Chair, something like that. We just closed the public hearing, which I probably shouldn't have done so fast with that motion, I think. I don't like to see these things get denied, especially something like this. There's gotta be a way to have, I see how she parks her car. I've been to this house a bunch of times and I see what she does. And it's really kind of, forget the stack. It's a one car spot parking space, to be honest. What I was gonna suggest is reopening the public hearing and continuing it, and maybe they can come up with something different. Maybe another space, and just forget the horseshoe and have another space for one car. Maybe that's makes sense. Because if they created a little L thing, I mean, they'd be parking a car in front of the porch, in front of the door. It's just an odd thing. This house is not that old, and I don't think anyone was thinking about more than one vehicle here, you know? So I that's just my suggestion. I'm usually
Okay.
outnumbered. I'm outnumbered in these second curb cuts lately, so.
Megan?
I was just going to suggest, if you're leaning towards continuing to another meeting, perhaps, I mean, Nat's been to the property. I'm not sure how many others have given a drive-by, but maybe it would put it into context to actually physically see it versus the aerial that is quite grainy in the plan that may not be 100% precise.
Yeah, that aerial is.
Let me just ask, how many of you want to continue this? Just kind of give me an aye, not a formal vote. And part of what I'm weighing is I think we're really pretty tired, and if we were taking this thing, we wouldn't be.
Well, Judith, I don't mind continuing it. I don't, and I really don't want to deny because of a hardship. I just think there's 20,000 square feet, almost a half an acre there. It looks like from the plan that I'm looking at, there's plenty of room to work with to propose a nice, safe driveway to pull in and maybe create a couple of places. So I would like to continue it. I'll even go over there and take a look at it just to see what we're looking at. Maybe I'm looking at something in the wrong way.
I'm trying to think procedurally here. We all voted for it, so we don't have somebody, I guess, let me remember my Robert's rules. So if everybody voted for it, can one of us vote to reconsider or reopen it? Leslie, you've probably seen us screw up more than most. What would you say?
I think you can, because it's just reopening the public hearing. It's not taking a vote on the application again. It's a little awkward because it's on video, so we don't know if someone was watching and turned it off, but you hadn't voted yet. So I think it's fine to reopen the public hearing.
Okay, John, is that your motion to reopen the public hearing? Okay.
Reopen the public hearing.
Is there a second to reopen?
Second.
I think that was Nat. So
yeah.
Roll call. John.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Judith, no. So
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair, to
Yes.
continue, now that we've opened it, to continue to the October 26th meeting.
all right, is there a second to that?
Second.
Fritz came in second. So motion by John, second by Fritz to continue till the October meeting. Roll call vote. John.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Judith. Aye. Okay, I think that's all we've got. As a reminder, we have a special meeting the 28th of September, which I hope is not going to be a 5-hour meeting. If I can request everybody search your souls and hearts. What we have to do is to decide whether to stick with our current lineup of town meeting articles that we presented and then got pulled off the agenda because town meeting was foreshortened. So we have to review if there's any of those that we want to get rid of, or any of those we want to revise in some fashion. And then we have to also consider whether there's anything else that needs to be looked at, potentially as an added town meeting article. I have to tell you, I'm really sort of confounded to picture that we're going to be able to have a town meeting, and already I think, don't we have something like 20 planning board or zoning related amendments? We may well have some on cannabis, right, that we've been promised. Leslie's got a list that's probably got at least a dozen. Leslie, what do you think?
So I have a list. I was going to send it out to you all, but I wanted to wait until Andrew got back from vacation to make sure there wasn't anything that he wanted to add. So I can send that out later this week for sure. But we have the articles that were continued from the past town meeting, which I think there were only 2 or 3 planning board sponsored articles. The remainder were citizen petitions. So you don't really have control over that. I have some new ones that I've added that have just come up throughout the year, and also some new ones for master plan implementation. So what I'd like to do is send you all the list later this week. I'm out of the office tomorrow. I have to go off island for an appointment. So maybe Wednesday or Thursday, take a look at that. And then if you have any ideas to add for your organizational meeting on the 28th, if you could send those to me, and I can add them to the list for discussion at that time. But we do need to keep it, I think, fairly minimal this year because of, what you just mentioned with COVID and whether or not we'll even be able to move forward with an in-person town meeting. And then the other thing is, there's a pretty tight time frame.
Sarah, okay, back to us. Look, here's Sarah. All right.
So the current meeting schedule for you all is to have your motions to the Finance Committee in early February, which we did this past year, and it worked out just fine. But, this is very dependent on keeping the articles manageable.
Well, and some of that, as you said, Leslie, if there's citizen articles or citizen articles where they come to us and want to have dialogue with us about it, we won't know how many of those there were. Last year, didn't we have a total that was pushing 30 or something when you counted the citizen articles related to planning too?
I think they started at article maybe 38 or 39 and went through 60, mid 60s, low 60s, which is fairly typical. And we do encourage people to come and see you sooner rather than later.
Well,
so far, I've only talked to a couple of people who want to submit their own citizen petitions. I think right now everyone is just so uncertain about how anything's going to move forward that, they're not initiating things like they may otherwise.
Well, we have some of our own that were controversial with FinCom last time, the famous swimming pool article, for example. I don't know whether Barry Rector and that committee is going to come up with anything on cannabis. We've got cleanup things that, for example, the Bayberry situation that we started down one road and then changed. So what I would just say to everybody is, please think hard and let's try to front load the work here so that we don't kind of start with tentative things and then let them languish without bringing closure, because the staff's working awfully hard and they really know. And I think the select board and the manager and our esteemed moderator all need to know what's going on. So that means please do your homework for the next meeting. Okay. Yes, Fritz.
Far be it from me to introduce anything that might be controversial.
Oh, please, Fritz.
We would be so disappointed, Fritz.
And I'm not introducing anything. I'm simply just give some thought to this, because I know this is really hard to deal with. But I think it's something that ultimately we'll have to deal with, but I don't think necessarily at the next annual town meeting. But it deals with basically the Brant Point area, the Washington Union Street area, Washington Street, Union Street area. And the whole issue of the more development, the more impervious surfaces we add in those areas, the further we compound the groundwater problem and the flooding problem and everything else. And I have no idea how you deal with that. But I think it's something that we ought to think about, at least, as to whether there's anything that can be done. I mean, there are all kinds of legal issues, but we struggled with it, I think, tonight when we were dealing with Brant Point and adding another house, or at least I did a little bit, not from the point of view of saving a house. Well, that one was moving one, so maybe you're losing one and gaining one. But in all those areas, and I lived on Union Street, I mean, you dig down 1.5 feet and you hit groundwater, and it's only going to get worse. And so if there's any way we possibly can think about how we might deal with that, we ought to think about it, but I'm not proposing anything. So anyway.
Thank you, Fritz.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I'm still concerned with affordable housing, and I personally am interested in, just for what it's worth, in the Act Now proposals about Airbnb. I'm not going to try to run any separate citizen articles because I think being chair of the planning board would send confusing signals there. But there are things out there in the public that different people are working on that may well be ones that we're going to hear about or have occasion to talk about at some point, because people will need us to put some commentary to them in terms of what goes to the citizens. So anything else for the good and welfare? That's a long meeting, folks. Thank you for your patience. Thanks to our staff. Thanks for Sarah for coming back and sticking with us. All right. Take care,
Anytime you
everybody.
mention town meeting, you get my attention.
Need a motion to adjourn?
Yes, let's have a motion to adjourn. John moves.
Motion to adjourn. Adjourn.
Nat's gonna second.
Second.
Nat, vote.
Aye, sorry.
John,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Judith, aye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good meeting
everyone.
to you. Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Megan and I vote aye too.
All right.
Where are we?
Don't disappoint us, Fritz. You'll come up with a good one.